Chapter 34-36. Junior? Ning Qi and the others glanced at each other, a trace of bewilderment in their eyes. Shi Xiaoye and the others didn't understand at all. They thought that Tudwa was trying to help them, but they couldn't figure out Tudwa's motive. However, Ning Qi was different. The Blood Tier commander had told him that the real mission would be handled by a fifth-step almighty from the Covenant of Darkness. Could Tudwa be that fifth-step almighty? How could he hide from the system's attribute check? The Vice City, Lord of Tianlang City, frowned slightly. He looked at Tudwa indifferently and said, "Fellow Tudwa, what do you mean by that? There's something that shouldn't be in your hands. You don't have the right to have it. Give it to me, and I'll leave with these little fellows. You will still be the Deputy City, Lord of Sky Wolf City. Or maybe the City Lord." Tudwa smiled. "How dare you?" Deacon Shari could not help but scold. From his words, it could be seen that he did not put the Deputy City, Lord of Heavenly Wolf City, in his eyes at all. He was an expert at the rebirth realm, and even the City Lord had to give him some face. How dare a mere rebirth realm cultivator speak so arrogantly? "Fellow Tudwa, what do you mean? Why can't I understand what you're saying?" The Vice City Lord of Sky Wolf City said indifferently. However, a trace of suspicion that was hard to detect flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Then I'll make it clear. There's a rod with mysterious runes on it that you can't understand, right? You obtained it in a mystic realm some time ago, but you still don't know its use, right? Haha, take it out." Tudwa smiled. "You're indeed a senior sent by the Covenant of Darkness." A bitter smile appeared in Ning Qi's eyes. If Tudwa was really a fifth-step almighty in disguise, then the matter of him buying the human-shaped heavenly source stone from Tudwa with a smiling mask had probably been exposed. "Who exactly are you? How could you possibly know about this?" The Deputy City Lord's expression changed drastically. He had indeed obtained a rod, but no one knew about it until now. Even the City Lord, who had been cultivating in seclusion, did not know about it. Yet the other party was able to describe the appearance of the rod. Just what kind of means did the other party use to know about this matter? "You don't need to know how I know." Tudwa smiled. "You're planning to buy time so that your City Lord will notice the technique you secretly used just now and wait for him to come and suppress me." The Vice City Lord's expression changed slightly, and his expression became even more grave. Since Tudwa's abnormal behavior, he had already determined that Tudwa's cultivation was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. At the very least, Tudwa had the confidence to fight against a perfect rebirth stage expert. Otherwise, he would not have appeared here so casually. He secretly used a transmission method to inform the City Lord. But after more than 10 breaths of time, there was no response from the City Lord. This caused an ominous premonition to rise in his heart. "That day I visited you, and then visited your City Lord. So, you don't have to wait for him. I've already sent him to reincarnation." Tudwa smiled. "What?" Hearing that, Deacon Shari's legs almost turned to jelly. He looked at Tudwa in disbelief. The Sky Wolf City Lord was extremely mysterious, and even he had only seen him a few times. He was a legendary fifth-step almighty, but Tudwa said that he would send the City Lord to reincarnation. Could this person also be a fifth-step cultivator? According to the information, the Sky Wolf City Lord is a fifth-step cultivator. In our Dark Parliament, he's a secretary-level expert. He actually died in the hands of this person? Today's matter is a little strange. We should act according to the situation. Shi Xiaoye's expression was extremely grave. Meng Yunze and Niao Yu nodded slightly. They were prepared to escape at any time. As for attacking, that was something they did not even dare to think about. Even Deacon Shari was difficult for them to deal with, let alone the Vice City Lord and Tudwa. "I see." Ning Qi's eyes flashed with understanding. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. That day, Tudwa had left in a fluster because Ning Qi had asked for too low a price. He had indeed said that he was going to find the Sky Wolf City Lord. Later on, Tudwa had left the City Lord residence with a livid expression. Ningqi had thought that the Sky Wolf City Lord was also unwilling to pay for the human-shaped heavenly source stone. However, he had never imagined that the Celestial Wolf City Lord might have been silently killed by Tudo on that day. This person is probably a top expert among the fifth-step cultivators. Otherwise, a battle between fifth-step cultivators would at least cause some commotion. It's impossible for it to be so silent. Ningqi's eyes became much more solemn, and he suddenly felt lucky. If Tudwa had not come out today, he might have to think about how to escape from the Sky Wolf City Lord's hands unscathed. Impossible. How could the City Lord die in your hands? Even if you concealed your strength, you're at most on par with me. The Sky Wolf City Lord was unwilling to believe it. At the same time, he did not dare to believe it. I want something. This is your last chance. Tudwa said with a smile. All right, I'll give it to you. The Sky Wolf City Lord gritted his teeth and pretended to take something out. However, in the next moment, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. A terrifying aura was about to be released with him at the center. You're courting death. Tudwa snorted coldly and pinched the air. The Sky Wolf City Lord's body exploded on the spot. At the same time, the immortal palace hidden in the void was pulled out and cracked inch by inch. Clang! An interspatial ring fell to the ground. It's a pity. Even if a rebirth state expert destroys the immortal palace, he can go to the infinite realms of reincarnation to reincarnate. There's only a slight chance of killing him if he enters the infinite realms of reincarnation. Tudwa sighed softly. Deacon Shaori stared at Tudwa in a daze. His body could not help but tremble and his teeth chattered. A rebirth state expert was killed in a breath, just like that. He did not even manage to protect the immortal palace. Tudwa gently waved his hand. An interspatial ring landed in his hand. He scanned it with his divine thought, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. He then looked at Ningqi and the others and said, Your mission this time is over. He paused and smiled at Ningqi. Kid, your mission completion rate is not bad. The first place is yours. As senior, could it be that you're from the Parliament? Sun Shu was in disbelief. That's right. I was sent by the Parliament. Do you really think that the Parliament will let you snatch something from a rebirth state expert? Chapter 34-37. Greetings, Senior. Shi Xiaoye and the others hurriedly bowed. They were a little excited. They didn't expect the Parliament to send such an expert. In that case, they were now in an extremely safe situation. Deacon Shaori, how is it? Komodo stared at the scene with his mouth agape. To him, Ningqi and the others who should have been suppressed were fine. Instead, the deputy city lord's seat was turned into a pile of minced meat. Shaori Deacon trembled as he stood on the spot. His face was frighteningly pale. Komodo, it really is you. Sun Shu immediately shouted angrily, You betrayed us! No, no such thing. Komodo immediately felt guilty. He subconsciously looked at Tudwa. How had this heavenly source, stone, merchant appeared? He had been guarding the door, just now. How had he not seen him enter? We'll talk about him when we get back. We've recorded your every move during this period of time. Whether or not he betrayed, you will be judged by the council. Tudwa said calmly. Having said that, he walked directly to the gate and slowly said, The mission is over. Cultivators from all districts gather at the city lord's mansion. Mission complete. Cultivators from each district gather at the city lord's mansion. Mission complete. Districts? Tudwa's voice was like a clap of thunder, reverberating ceaselessly within Celestial Wolf City. The cultivators of Celestial Wolf City raised their heads in shock as they turned to look at the city Lord Mansion. They did not know what was going on. However, there were hundreds of cultivators who were scattered all over the place. Their eyes flashed with shock as they soared into the sky and headed toward the city lord's mansion. In just a short span of 10 breaths, hundreds of cultivators appeared in front of Tudwa. These were the prodigies from the various districts who had come to participate in the promotion mission. There are actually so many people here. What is their goal? If it's for the treasure of the Vice City Lord, then he alone is enough. Could it be that they are here to gain experience? What kind of power would arrange for a fifth-step cultivator to follow their disciples? Deacon Shari was dumbfounded. The other cultivators of the city, Lord's mansion, were also gathered there, watching the scene before them in shock. They did not know who Tudwa was, but because the hall Tudwa was standing in was where the deputy city lord received guests, they did not know what was going on. He did not dare to act rashly. "Is everyone here?" Tudwa said calmly. Everyone glanced at each other. Some people noticed that some dark cultivators hadn't arrived yet. Just as they were about to speak, Tudo smiled and said, "The mission has already ended. Those who haven't arrived will be considered to have failed the mission. You can come back later." After saying that, Tudo gently waved his hand, and a blue passageway appeared in front of him. "Go in." Everyone looked at each other, then walked into the passageway with uneasy hearts. They felt that they had made no progress in the mission this time, and they did not know if they would be qualified for promotion when they returned to the Covenant of Darkness. Not long later, everyone entered the blue passageway, including Shirxiaoya and the others. Only Ning Qi didn't move. Tudo looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. "You're not willing to leave?" "Senior, that heavenly source stone," Ning Qi smiled. I originally planned to sell that heavenly origin stone for 300 million origin stones. Since you've paid enough, it's yours. Don't worry about it." Tudwa smiled. 300 million. So he secretly went to buy that heavenly source stone. Xiao Ri Deacon looked at Ning Qi blankly. Coincidentally, Ning Qi also turned to look at him. Xiao Ri Deacon's body stiffened, and sweat seeped out of his palms. "Xiao Ri Deacon, you're very skilled at burning bridges and biting the hand that fed you. Looks like it's not your first time. I'll come back to the greedy wolf world if there's a chance in the future." Ning Qi smiled and walked into the blue passageway. Deacon Xiao Ri's heart trembled for some reason when he heard this blatant threat. Even though she was only a cultivator from the Immortal Palace. During this past year, Shi's composure and indifference had caused Deacon Xiao Ri to have the misconception that he was facing an existence at the same cultivation realm as him. Yes, now that he had a fifth-step cultivator as his backing, his future would be limitless. Ning Qi's words were clearly telling him that he would return to the greedy wolf world one day. As for what he would do, it would naturally be to end today's matter. "You heard what the little fellow said, right?" Tudo chuckled. "Yes, I heard it." Xiao Ri Deacon's expression tensed up, and he was extremely nervous, afraid that he would be killed by a slap. "So, live well and wait for the little fellow to come back to personally end this matter." Tudo laughed and stepped into the blue passageway. With a swish, the passageway disappeared. The dumbfounded city, Lord Mansion, cultivators came to their senses. A few deacons ran to Xiao Ri and asked him what had happened. "What happened?" "The city lord is dead. The deputy city lord is also dead." Deacon Shari smiled hypocritically. As soon as he finished speaking, he paid no further attention to the group of deacons that were dumbstruck by this news, and he turned around and left. He intended to leave Sky Wolf City and run far away, and he didn't intend to return for the rest of his life. Darkness Parliament, Headquarters, Building. The Secretary General and Tudo stood side by side, seeing the two of them chatting and laughing. Shirxiaoya and the rest were shocked. As expected, he is in existence of the same level as the Secretary General. His cultivation should be much higher than Lord True Spirit's secretary. That's why he could silently kill the city, Lord of Heaven, Wolf City, Ning Qi thought to himself and sighed at the same time. Although he had never seen the city lord of Sky Wolf City before, the rumors were not wrong. He was definitely an existence that had reached the 5th step. Otherwise, how could the Deputy City Lord of Sky Wolf City, with his wild ambition, be willing to be below him? He was originally a high and mighty figure, but because the Darkness Parliament wanted to train the immortal palace cultivators, he was killed by Tudo in passing. He probably didn't even know the reason until his death. After an hour, the Secretary General and Tudo ended their conversation. Then, Tudo smiled at Ning Chi and turned to leave. I believe all of you should have a clear idea of the mission this time. Your true mission goal isn't how to snatch the treasure from the Deputy City, Lord of Heaven Wolf City. Instead, the counselors want to see how you will approach the mission goal. That is to hide your identity and your goal in front of the rebirth state experts. The Secretary General smiled faintly. The Darkness Parliament is actually testing on this point. Everyone was dumbfounded. Komodo and the other fellows who were hiding in the city, Lord residents, felt extremely lucky. If this was the benchmark, they should be qualified since they were the closest to the Deputy City Lord. However, there were some who wanted to use other methods to complete the mission. This fellow's face was ashen at this moment. Before you came back, I had already led Commander Bloodtear and the rest to make a judgment based on your performance in the past year. The one with the highest score this time is from the 5th District. The Secretary General smiled and looked at Ning Chi. Congratulations, little fellow. You are qualified for promotion. Chapter 34-38. He actually scored the highest. Many people stared at Ning Chi with their mouths agape. They weren't like Jiao Kuin and the rest who could watch everyone's progress from the Dark Parliament's headquarters. Therefore, they weren't very clear about what Ning Chi had done in the past year. They only knew that Ning Chi was a famous Heaven Source master in Tianlang City. Next, the secretary announced the promotion spots for Shi Xiaoye and the other 3. That's great. A trace of excitement flashed in Sun Shu's eyes. Even the calm and composed Shi Xiaoye revealed a look of joy. There was no need to talk about Dream Cloud Zhe and Niao Yu. The 2 of them were already feeling apprehensive about this mission. Now, all he had to do was to wait for the advancement ceremony. Secretary, what about the next spots? Wu Xiang didn't say anything after the secretary announced the 5 spots. He was startled and suddenly had a bad feeling. Xueqiu and the rest looked at each other with a smile on their faces. There's no more. Only the 5 of them got the promotion spots. The secretary said indifferently. After saying that, he glanced at the Blood Tier commander. Counselor Sirius has already prepared the promotion ceremony. Tomorrow is the day of the ceremony. At that time, all the Immortal Palace cultivators at the headquarters will attend the ceremony. Counselor Sirius might also attend in person. I'll leave this matter to you. Don't disappoint me. Yes, Secretary. Xueqiu immediately replied respectfully. That's not right. Why are there no more spots? Aren't there 100 promotion spots? Why are only the 5 of them promoted? I've already infiltrated the city, Lord Mansion, as a guard. Why am I not promoted too? Komodo's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. The expressions of the cultivators from each district turned extremely ugly. They originally thought that although this mission was a little difficult and didn't go according to plan, each district should at least have 1 or 2 promotion spots, right? In the end, all 5 promotion spots went to the 5th district. The other districts didn't even get a single spot. Secretary, why are there only 5 spots? During this period of time, we can clearly see that many of them have done their best for the mission. Wu Xiang took a deep breath and looked at the secretary. Did they do their best? Then, did any of you speak to the Tianlang City Deputy City Lord? The secretary smiled and swept his gaze across. Everyone's expression changed. If you don't even dare to approach the mission target, how can you talk about hard work? The Secretary General sneered. If you only have this much courage, what can you do even if you advance to the karmic realm? It's just a waste of our Parliament's resources. Secretary, I I spoke with the Heavenly Wolf City's Deputy City Lord. Why didn't I get a spot? A hint of hesitation flashed in Komodo's eyes, but he finally mustered up the courage to speak. The quota this time was very important. If he couldn't get it, he would have to wait for another 500 years. Although 500 years wasn't too long, it was enough for some cultivators who weren't as good as him to catch up to him. Dark cultivators are not allowed to see the light of day. The Holy Council can't wait to get rid of all of us. So what we need to do is to be united. Even if we can't help, we can't be a burden. Do you think I don't know what you said to the Vice City, Lord of Sky, Wolf City? Really? So, not only will you not get a spot this time, you won't even get a spot in 500 years. If you want to advance to the Karma Realm, you'll have to wait for 3,000 years. The Secretary General glanced at Komodo and turned to leave. What, 3,000 years? Komodo's face turned pale as if he had lost all his strength. He almost fell to the ground. With the Secretary General's status, his words were set in stone. No matter how he tried, he couldn't change this fact. Unless that Sea Race counselor spoke up for him, but that was impossible. Let's go. Wu Xiang coldly snorted and led a group of dejected 8th District cultivators away. The leaders of the other districts also left expressionlessly. This time, none of the prodigies they brought obtained a spot. Although it was related to the Dark Council's sudden change of plans, when they returned to their districts, they would still be punished by the Secretary. Of course, he would also be punished by the Secretary. No one could laugh. Komodo! Although your matter ends here, the Secretary General punished you for 3,000 years because you didn't really cross the line. But when we return to District 5, I will report this to Lord True Spirit. What kind of punishment will you receive then? I don't know either. Jiokuen walked in front of everyone and looked at Komodo. Hearing this, Komodo slowly lowered his head. He didn't even have the mood to be afraid now. His heart was filled with endless hatred. 3,000 years to advance to the Karma state was undoubtedly the most terrifying punishment for him. As for what punishment Lord True Spirit would give him, he was no longer in the mood. He didn't want to think too much. You guys are not bad. Jiokuin's gaze fell on Ning Chi's group of 5 and instantly became much gentler. The other cultivators of District 5 were filled with envy and jealousy. But at this moment, they wouldn't show such emotions because Ning Chi's group of 5 might very well be the next day. They would be Karma State cultivators, a realm higher than cultivators of a mortal palace like them. When they saw Ning Chi's group of 5 again, they would have to call them seniors. Jiokuen, if you have anything to say, wait until after tomorrow. I will be taking these 5 kids away. Before the advancement ceremony, they have to burn incense and take a bath. Commander Xue Qiu stepped forward and smiled. Thank you, Commander Xue Qiu. I will have to trouble you to take care of the 5 of them. Jiokuen quickly cupped his hands. In a deep and serene hall, there was a black pool in front of Ning Chi's group of 5. It was 1 zhang long and 1 zhang wide. The black liquid inside was constantly bubbling, and an unpleasant smell came from the pool. Commander Xue Qiu, aren't we going to burn incense and take a bath? This is... Sun Shu stared blankly at the black pool in disbelief. Shi Xiaoya frowned and also looked at Commander Xue Qiu. She hoped that he would immediately shake his head and say that this wasn't prepared for them. She didn't know what this black liquid was, but it was too smelly. Commander Xue Qiu and Yin Jin looked at each other and then laughed strangely. You think it's smelly? This is a treasure that can conceal your aura. Even if you undergo tribulation, the Supreme Saint Council won't be able to detect it. It's the excrement of the Void Yin Beast. The Council? There isn't much left, and we haven't found any Void Yin Beasts in all these years. You should be glad. Void Yin Beast excrement. Excrement? Isn't that shit? Chapter 30, 439. Ning Chi, Sun Shu, and the others walked into the pool one after another. Enduring the stench, they slowly sank into the pool. When the 5 of them entered the pool, the black liquid seemed to have found a host. It began to surge and reduce at a speed visible to the naked eye. Little Ning, what do you plan to do? You should be the reason why he can complete the mission this time. Commander Jin suddenly said with a smile. Don't talk nonsense. Commander Shueqiu smiled and said indifferently, Lord Jinling has specially sent news that Little Ning cultivates a reincarnation type cultivation technique. His karma is extremely complicated and huge, not weaker than ours. He must have been a rebirth stage expert back then. I don't plan to take him as a disciple. If he recovers his memory in the future, and he turns out to be someone we are familiar with, or even stronger than us, wouldn't that be embarrassing? I'm really curious. However, after all these years in the Dark Parliament, I know that countless rebirth state experts have died. How can it be so easy for those who have entered the reincarnation realm to regain their memories? He might have already reincarnated countless times. When you and I were still at the 3rd step, he was already a rebirth state expert. Who knows, he might even be our senior. Commander Jin smiled. I see that Lord Secretary General is quite interested in this boy. As long as he successfully advances to the karma stage, he might be accepted as a disciple by Lord Secretary General. Commander Shueqiu smiled. Secretary General. Commander Jin's eyes flickered. He looked at the black pool in pity and didn't say anything. He actually wanted to take Ning Qi as a disciple and didn't have the same concerns as Commander Shueqiu. After all, Ning Qi's battle strength was already at the same level. Not to mention that his Heaven Genesis technique was stronger than ordinary people's. As time passed, the liquid in the black pool gradually bottomed out. On the 2nd day, the black liquid had completely disappeared, while a layer of black membrane covered Ning Qi and the other 4. But after a few breaths, this membrane seemed to also disappear. But after a few breaths, the film also seemed to have been absorbed into their pores. Ning Qi and the others opened their eyes one after another. The void beast's excrement was absorbed by us. Sun Shu suddenly felt a little disgusted. He hurriedly checked his body and found that there were no changes. The excrement seemed to have evaporated and didn't leave any traces on their bodies. Could they really hide from the Holy Parliament? Okay, follow me. Commander Shueqiu smiled faintly. Headquarters of the Dark Council. In a huge public square, the surroundings of the public square were already filled with cultivators from the Immortal Palace. Not only that, cultivators at the initial stage of the Tao querying realm and above were qualified to watch the advancement ceremony of Ning Qi and the other 4. There were at least 7 to 8 million people, and it was bustling with noise and excitement. I heard that the mission for the promotion ceremony this time is extremely difficult. Only 5 people are qualified, and they are all cultivators from Division 5. The 5th division is already so strong. Is it better than all the other districts? Do you remember Jiu Kuan? Of course I do. His generation was even more miserable. Only 2 people qualified to advance, and one of them was him. He's already at the fate state, and it's very likely that he'll reach the reincarnation state in the future. The 5th district is led by Jiu Kuan. It seems that he imparted some experience to those 5 Immortal Palace cultivators. It's a pity that the other cultivators in the 5th region didn't get a promotion. I heard that if these cultivators want to get a promotion, they'll have to wait at least 500 years. They won't be qualified for another 500 years. As the crowd discussed, Komodo, who was sitting nearby, had a gloomy expression on his face. So what if they got a promotion? Even if there are 100 people in every promotion ceremony, 80 to 90 people will fail. Ning Qi, if you fail, I won't be weaker than you even if I have to wait 3,000 years. Komodo thought viciously. Many people had the same thought as him. They were the dark cultivators who had failed the mission. However, they didn't have a specific target. They just hoped that Ning Qi and the other 4 would fail. In this way, they would feel better. Suddenly, the blood-tier commander brought Ning Qi's group of 5 through the air and landed in the center of the square. At this moment, all the cultivators that were whispering to each other shut their mouths. For a moment, the bustling square became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Millions of eyes fell on Ning Qi and the other 4 immediately. The Dao, querying cultivators who had yet to form their immortal palaces, looked envious. The immortal palace cultivators, on the other hand, were envious and jealous. Their fighting spirit was ignited, and they hoped that one day they could accumulate enough merits to qualify for the promotion. The hundreds of immortal palace cultivators who had failed the mission were envious, jealous, and hateful. Their gazes were the most unfriendly among the millions of people. There was a high platform in the middle of the square. Ning Qi saw the Secretary General, the mysterious 2 duo, and several faces he had never seen before. There were 7 or 8 people. These are all 5th step cultivators. Ning Qi's heart trembled. He suddenly felt that Jiang Tianshu's rebirth state cultivation was not that great. If he could offer enough temptation and invite one of the 5th step cultivators to help him, he would be able to take revenge on both the old and new grudges at the same time. At the same time, he would have a great opportunity to find how Tian, Jianxi, and the others. No, Jiang Tianshu also has a backer, and the ancient star pavilion might not be weaker than the Dark Parliament. If a 5th step cultivator acts, it will likely attract Jiang Tianshu's backer. If I can't suppress him, I will be in a very passive position. Just as Ning Qi was deep in thought, a special aura suddenly appeared above everyone's heads. Everyone subconsciously looked up and saw an incomparably large eyeball appear in the void, just like a god. It was like a god looking down on everyone. At this moment, the Secretary General and the others all stood up and bowed toward the eyeball. We greet Representative Heavenly Wolf. Representative Heavenly Wolf. 6th step Great Emperor. Millions of people were visibly moved, and they stood up to pay their respects. Their voices resounded mightily and swept towards the surroundings. Is this an imitation of the Holy Parliament? Ning Qi cursed in his heart as he bowed. Last time he went through the tribulation in the god Luo's secret realm, he had also seen an eyeball. Permission granted. A hoarse voice echoed. The next moment, the Secretary General looked at Ning Qi's group of 5. You can prepare for the tribulation. Chapter 3440. This way. I have nothing to worry about. Ning Qi's aura was as steady as a mountain, but he was still on guard. The owner of this eyeball was the Heavenly Wolf Counselor, who was also a 6th step Great Emperor. However, compared to the true counselors of the Supreme Sacred Assembly, his strength was a whole realm lower. Ning Qi wasn't sure if the void Yin Beast's excrement was Ning Qi, was not sure if the excrement of the void Yin Beast was hiding his aura, or the strength of Heavenly Wolf Representative. Shi Xiaoye and the other 3 were different. Their auras were rising rapidly, as though they could not wait to advance to the Karma realm. This might have something to do with them growing up in the Dark Assembly. They trusted the Dark Assembly's methods unconditionally. Unlike Ning Qi, Shi Xiaoye was hesitant. Why is that guy not moving? Has his cultivation not reached the peak of the Dao querying realm? Someone noticed Ning Qi's current situation, and a trace of suspicion flashed across his eyes. Commander Xue Qiu, Commander Yin Zhen, Secretary General, and the rest also noticed this scene. They immediately felt a trace of suspicion. On the spectator stand, a cultivator of the 5th district secretly transmitted his voice to Komodo. What do you think this kid is planning? Is his cultivation not enough to trigger the lightning tribulation? It's possible. If that's the case, he will lose a chance to advance to the Karma realm. Komodo's ugly expression finally eased a little. He looked at Ning Qi with a trace of anticipation. If that's the case, will the Dark Assembly compensate our 5th district with a spot? Don't even think about it. Komodo replied with an ugly expression. He had already been punished by the Secretary General to not be able to advance to the Karma realm for 3,000 years. Therefore, he naturally did not want the Dark Assembly to compensate the 5th district. The first to reach the peak was Shi Xiaoye. She floated in the air with her eyes closed. Her skin was pale, and she looked like a pale corpse without any signs of life. A dark cloud gradually condensed above her. Seeing this, everyone immediately became nervous. They were not worried about whether Shi Xiaoye could pass the lightning tribulation successfully, but they wanted to see if the Supreme Sacred Assembly could detect that she was undergoing the lightning tribulation. After a dozen breaths, besides the eyeball that belonged to Heavenly Wolf representative, no new eyeballs appeared. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and became more confident in the Dark Assembly's methods. Looks like we can indeed hide from the Supreme Sacred Assembly. Ningqi's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. Boom! As the first bolt of lightning descended, the tribulation clouds above Sun Shu and the other two also finished condensing. Next, the spectators watched with trepidation. Each bolt of lightning contained a terrifying aura. In their opinion, it was enough to destroy their physical bodies. Our immortal palaces, the 4 of them had used their physical bodies to withstand the first 2 lightning strikes. This was the only way that the power of the 3rd lightning strike would not become stronger. When the 3rd lightning tribulation appeared, the 4 immortal palaces appeared behind their backs, infusing them with even more majestic immortal palace power. Bang! The smoke dispersed. The 4 of them fell to the ground, battered and exhausted. Sun Shu was gasping for breath. His skin had been completely carbonized. Going through the tribulation in Shenluo world is indeed like what the Fire Qilin said. The power is much weaker. I can use my physical body to withstand these 3 lightning tribulations without any effort. If my lightning tribulations are as powerful as theirs, Ningqi thought to himself. They all succeeded? Komodo was slightly stunned. He could not help but clench his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. The expressions of the cultivators leading the various regions did not look too good. Jiu Kuan, who had been expressionless all this while, finally revealed a big smile and could not help but nod slightly. Suddenly, a special aura appeared between the 4's eyebrows. It was like a whirlpool. A few breaths later, a grain-sized karma faintly appeared between their eyebrows. At the same time, all the karma that the 4 of them carried was madly sucked into this grain-sized karma. In less than 10 minutes, the grain-sized karma of the 4 of them had already expanded by several times, reaching the size of a pinky's fingernail. Only then did their karma slowly sink into their eyebrows and disappear. Ningqi realized that from this moment onwards, the auras of the 4 of them were completely different from before. Their bodies gave off a very clean feeling. All the karma that they have been contaminated with since they were young has been sucked into that karma bead. That's why they are now like newborn babies, incomparably pure. Even so, their karma is only the size of a fingernail, but mine is. Ningqi could not help but smile bitterly. He did not know how many grudges were hidden in that karma bead of his. Once he reached the karma state, it might be much more difficult for him to reach the fate state than it would be for a normal karma state cultivator. However, he would definitely be much stronger than a normal karma state cultivator. After a few breaths, the 4 of them had recovered from their injuries. They looked inside their bodies in surprise and then at Ningqi. "Brother Ning, what happened to you?" Sun Shu was shocked. He had not been able to pay attention to what was happening around him. He had been completely focused on the heavenly tribulation, so when he saw that Ningqi was still a celestial palace cultivator, he thought that Ningqi had failed the heavenly tribulation. The eyeball in the sky slowly turned and its gaze fell on Ningqi. At that moment, the Secretary General said slowly, "Ningqi, if your level cannot trigger the heavenly tribulation, today's ceremony will end here." "Sorry, I was distracted just now." Ningqi cupped his hands apologetically. To everyone's surprise, his aura soared like a rocket. In just a few breaths, his aura was many times more majestic than Sun Shu's and the other three's combined. Another roar came from Ning Qi's mouth. With a tearing sound, his clothes were all torn apart. In an instant, Ning Qi turned into an ancient demonic ape that was hundreds of feet tall. At the same time, golden lines appeared on the surface of his body. That was the Pengu bloodline that he had obtained after absorbing the demon ancestor. Under his full power, the Pengu bloodline was suddenly full of vitality. The prison, suppressing dragon, elephant, sacred art. The 8-9 arcane art. The 9 inner hidden gates. The 4 spirits, sacred art. At that moment, Ning Qi's body was circulating 4 kinds of arts. The 4 spirits, sacred beasts, appeared in the void behind him, but the prison-suppressing celestial palace remained hidden in the void. Although the Covenant of Darkness and the Supreme Sacred Council were enemies, he did not want anyone to recognize his previous identity from the prison-suppressing celestial palace. At that moment, Ning Qi's state had reached its peak. The sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds. Thunder rumbled, and golden snakes flashed. The dark clouds stretched for thousands of miles, making the sky darken. The momentum was much greater than Sun Shu's and the other three's combined. This kid has a lot of trump cards. He might be cultivating the 4 spirits, sacred art of the 4 sacred clans. The Secretary General and the others looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. As for Jiao Kuan and the others, they were completely shocked by Ning Qi's current aura. In their opinion, this kind of aura was difficult to match even for an early-stage Karma realm cultivator. Was this still the cultivation of the Celestial Palace? Chapter 3441. Looking at the tribulation clouds rolling in the sky, Ning Qi's mind suddenly flew elsewhere. It was as if the thunder tribulations had become ordinary clouds in front of him. Boom! The first thunder tribulations fell. Ning Qi did not move. The second thunder tribulations fell. Ning Qi still did not move. His eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence. He was thinking about everything he had experienced over the years. The former Qin Tang Empire could not withstand the wheel of history and dissipated in time. The only fortunate thing was that some people Ning Qi cared about were still alive. In the beginning, he had desperately cultivated to increase his cultivation level in order to survive. In the end, he had a wife and children. It was still to survive, to protect the people he cared about and loved. He had constantly tempered himself to be able to reach this day. Other than that, he also wanted to achieve a great ambition. The people he loved wanted to live forever. Those who hated him would go to Avicii hell. Boom! The third thunder tribulations fell. This thunder tribulations was at least 100 times more terrifying than the one Sun Shu and the others had just experienced. Ning Qi's figure gradually changed, and he once again returned to his human form. His torn clothes seemed as if they had never been torn and were brand new. From his hair to his toes, Ning Qi's body did not have the slightest aura of tribulation transcendence. It was as if the thunder tribulations had not left any traces on his body. When everyone saw this scene, even the Secretary General and the other fifth-step existences were shocked. They had lived for so long and had experienced this thunder tribulations themselves. However, even the strongest among them could still remember how miserable they had been when they had undergone the thunder tribulations. The most shocking thing was that Ning Qi had not taken out the immortal palace. He had withstood the third thunder tribulations with just his body, and he had done it so easily. Ning Qi's eyes were tightly shut, and a karma mark appeared between his brows. When everyone saw this karma mark, other than those who already knew about it, Komodo and the others felt a wave of shock in their hearts. They couldn't believe it. How long has he lived? Why is the karma so shocking? Compared to Sun Shu and the others, Ning Qi's karma was many times larger. It was shrouded in black mist, and no one could see clearly what was hidden within. Soon, Something in Ningqi's body was constantly being absorbed by the karma. His aura became purer and purer. After about 2 hours, his karma grew larger and slowly sank into Ningqi's eyebrows. At this moment, Ningqi's body was clean. It was like a piece of transparent white jade, without the slightest impurity. Just when everyone thought that Ningqi was about to complete his breakthrough, Ningqi's aura suddenly soared once more. At this moment, his aura had already far surpassed the initial stage of the karma realm, reaching the middle stage. He reached the middle stage of the karma realm right after transcending the tribulation. Brother Ning's talent is really scary. Sun Shu was dumbfounded. Shi Xiaoye and the other two exchanged glances, suddenly feeling ashamed of themselves. They were both advancing, but it was so difficult for them to advance. But Ningqi, on the other hand, was like taking a stroll in a garden, relaxed and carefree. What was even more unbelievable was that he had just ascended, yet he had already broken through to the karma realm middle stage. What kind of aptitude was this? When this kid was at the great circle of the Tao querying realm, he completed the accumulation that ordinary people would find hard to do. Now that he has broken through to the karma realm, it is like a dragon entering the sea. All his accumulations will burst forth instantly, saving him countless years of bitter cultivation. The Secretary General said in a deep voice. Tu Duo's eyes lit up as he looked at Ningqi. You're right. When I first saw him, I felt that he had a bright future. I didn't expect him to have such a bright future. He caused a bigger commotion than the two of us when we ascended to the karma realm. How about this? I have no children, nor do I have a disciple. Brother, I will accept this kid as my disciple and nurture him well. Perhaps our parliament will have another representative in the future. Commander Xueqiu and the others were in disbelief when they heard this. Fortunately, Tu Duo's words could only be heard by those on the high platform. Otherwise, if ordinary cultivators heard it, their mental state would probably crack. You think so highly of this kid. His accumulations can only prove that he has indeed cultivated a reincarnation type cultivation technique, just as the true spirit said. He has gone through who knows how many reincarnations in the myriad realms. His aptitude might not be as good as you think. He's that good. The Secretary General looked at Tu Duo with a strange expression. Tu Duo immediately let out a dry laugh. His Heaven Genesis technique is also not bad. You know that I like to gamble on stones. With such a disciple, how can the other old fellows compare to me? The Secretary General suddenly understood, and the corners of his mouth curved in a faint smile. How could Tu Duo not understand the logic behind his words? It was obvious that Ningqi's method of gambling on stones had made Tu Duo want to accept him as a disciple. His performance today was merely the icing on the cake. Xueqiu, bring him up. The Secretary General pointed at Ningqi, who was restraining his aura, and smiled. Commander Xueqiu nodded. Halfway up, Ningqi, who had already restrained his aura, once again erupted with a terrifying aura. This aura was dozens, or even hundreds of times stronger than before. The terrifying aura swept out in all directions. Although it was blocked by the formation set up by the parliament and did not affect the audience, Sun Shu and the others, who were closest to Ningqi, were sent flying in all directions as if they had been struck by a hurricane. Advanced Karma Stage. How is this possible? Komodo stared at Ningqi, cold sweat gradually beading on his forehead. Although he did not want to believe it, the truth was right in front of him. The guy who had always been at odds with him had broken through 2 small stages after advancing to the Karma Stage, reaching the Advanced Karma Stage. In a certain corner of the audience, Grandmaster Zaiduo and Old Man Wei were also leading a group of Heavenly Genesis Pavilion cultivators to watch the promotion ceremony. Even Old Man Wei was a little moved by the sight. Zaiduo, tell your nephew not to provoke this kid in the future. With such karma and aptitude, There will likely be secretary-level existences who will take a liking to him. Old man Wei suddenly spoke. Zhe Duo nodded with an ashen expression and said in a low voice, "Understood. Help me ask him if he has any intentions of working in Heavenly Genesis Pavilion. I have already received news that he was able to obtain first place in the promotion mission because of his Heaven Genesis technique." Old man Wei spoke again. "Let him work in Heavenly Genesis Pavilion." Zhe Duo was taken aback. Then he saw Old man Wei shoot him an indifferent glance and immediately suppress the evil fire in his heart. He nodded and said, "When he completes his promotion, I will find a chance to personally invite him." Commander Xue Qiu stood in midair, staring at Ning Qi in shock. On the high platform, the Secretary General, Tudo, and the others also revealed looks of astonishment. They didn't expect that Ning Qi's accumulation would reach such a level. "Xue Qiu, come back first," the Secretary General said in a low voice. Chapter 3442. Ning Qi's aura had reached the peak of the advanced stage of the karma state, but it gradually decreased and converged. Ning Qi slowly opened his eyes. Everyone thought that was the end, but the next moment, the aura that had been converged into his body surged again. It quickly surpassed the peak of the advanced stage of the karma state and was more than 100 times stronger than before. They were all at the karma state, but the auras of Sun Shu and the others were like ants standing in front of an elephant compared to Ning Qi. There was no comparison at all. Great completion of the karma state. This kid reached the great completion of the karma state just like that. This is a real meteoric rise. He was just an immortal palace cultivator before, but now he's already at the great completion of the karma state. He's only half a step away from the fate state. He must have consumed many spirit herbs and spirit fruits when he was at the great completion of the Tao querying state. That's why he has such a foundation. Maybe we can do the same. That's right. I thought that my cultivation wouldn't improve at this level unless I reached the karma state. I didn't expect that a stronger foundation would be so helpful after reaching the karma state. Many Immortal Palace cultivators seem to have found their temporary goal. At their current level, they had to accumulate enough merit points to get a chance to advance. However, after today, they could find all kinds of spirit herbs and spirit fruits that could strengthen their foundation before they had enough merit points. That way, they could be like Ning Qi when they reached the karma state in the future and save countless years of hard cultivation. Unfortunately, the fifth step almighties of the Dark Parliament had already thought of this idea. The only reason they did not let their subordinates carry it out was because it was too difficult. If they wanted to be like Ning Qi today, it would be impossible. It was impossible to achieve what Ning Qi had done today. If a fifth step almighty was willing to nurture an immortal palace cultivator and used all his wealth to buy spirit fruits and spirit herbs, the most he could do was to help that immortal palace cultivator advance by a small level when he reached the karma state. It was impossible for someone like Ning Qi to reach the great completion of the karma state. Therefore, no fifth step cultivator would do something that would make them lose money. The karma state has reached the great completion? Ning Qi couldn't help but feel a flash of joy in his eyes as he sensed the changes in his body. All the pores on his body seemed to be gasping for air. With each breath, he could absorb extremely majestic qi. In addition, his sea of consciousness had also become very clean, other than the immortal slaying gourd, the mountain river tablet, and the old Lord Pale Furnace. The statue that he had condensed from cultivating the ancient immortal incense body refining technique had disappeared. The fruit, burning with black flames, hovered in mid-air. My statue is made of incense, and incense is also a kind of karma, so it was devoured by karma. I don't know if it's a good thing or not, but I heard that the more karma there is, the harder it is to reach the fate state. A solemn look flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. He suddenly cupped his hands towards the eyeball in the sky and said, "Thank you, Counselor Sirius." Councilman Sirius is still here? Tudwo was slightly taken aback. Earlier on, everyone's attention had been attracted by Ningqi. They had thought that the serious councilman would leave after the ceremony, but now the eyeball was still hovering in midair, quietly looking down at everyone. "You, very good." A hoarse voice was heard. "If you can break through to the rebirth state within 200 years, I will personally take you in as my disciple." The hoarse voice was heard once again, but this time it seemed that only Ningqi could hear it. The others were still in shock from Councilman's serious praise. With that, the eyeball slowly disappeared in midair. "Brother Ning, you're really amazing. You've reached the peak of the karma state as soon as you broke through. Even Councilman Sirius praised you." Sun Shu's group of four moved and appeared beside Ningqi. They looked at Ningqi excitedly, their eyes filled with excitement, envy, and pride. Because Ningqi was a cultivator from the 5th district. Because they had a good relationship with Ningqi. The stronger Ningqi was, the better it would be for them. "Brother Ning, you have to take care of us when we return to the 5th district. I just saw Kamadwa. Didn't you see his expression? It was as if he had eaten a mouthful of dog shit. Now you laughed. He's already our junior. It's inevitable to give him a few words of advice." Sure Xiaoye smiled faintly. "Yes, that makes sense." Meng Yunze nodded with a smile. "Kid Ning, come with me. The Secretary General and the others want to see you." At this moment, the Blood Tier commander flew through the air and grabbed at Ningqi. A wave of energy directly locked onto Ningqi and flew him towards the high platform. Ningqi didn't resist. Even though his strength had skyrocketed and he might be able to fight against someone at the initial phase of the Fate state, he wouldn't stand a chance against someone at the Rebirth state unless he took out the Devil Purification Gourd. "I'm so envious of Brother Ning. You received the praise of Councilman Sirius, and now the Secretary General wants to see you. Do you think the Secretary General wants to take Brother Ning as a disciple?" Sun Shu said enviously. "It's possible." Sure Xiaoye nodded with a hint of envy in her eyes. Meng Yunze and Niao Yu looked at each other. If Ningqi really became a disciple of a 5th step Almighty, then the families behind them would have to curry favor with him. On the stage, the Blood Tier commander cupped his hands at the Secretary General and the others, then stood to the side. The Secretary General, Tudo, and a few others who were suspected to be at the 5th step were sizing up Ningqi with scrutinizing gazes. Ningqi had a respectful smile on his face as he stood there quietly. "No wonder Councilman Sirius praised you. You're indeed outstanding." The Secretary General was the first to speak after a while. "I'm ashamed." Ningqi smiled modestly. "You don't have to be so humble. Perhaps you were one of us a long time ago." Tudo smiled. The Blood Tier commander and the others were slightly shocked. They thought that Ningqi might have been a rebirth state expert in the past, which was already a very high guess. However, Tudo had said so. Could he really have been a 5th step cultivator in the past? That was incredible. "I don't remember anything about my past life." Ningqi smiled. "It's fine if you don't remember. How can the mark of reincarnation be erased so easily? Even emperors can't escape reincarnation." Chapter 3443. "Yes, kneel down and acknowledge me as your master." Tudwa chuckled. After saying that, he suddenly felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere. He then reacted and looked at Ningqi in shock. "What did you just say?" "Please forgive me for not being able to comply." Ningqi cupped his hands and bowed. This guy, the Blood Tier commander, and the others looked at each other in disbelief. A dignified 5th step cultivator, a Secretary General, had actually been rejected? The Secretary General's expression also became slightly strange. The other 5th step cultivators exchanged glances before looking at Ningqi. "What? Do you think I'm not qualified to be your master?" Tudwa snorted coldly, and his expression gradually turned cold. "I have something that is difficult to say. Please forgive me, Senior." Ning Qi said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Difficult to say. Tudor pondered and looked at Ning Qi indifferently. There was no fear on Ning Qi's face, nor was there any arrogance from advancing to the karma realm and reaching karma perfection. However, this calm demeanor made everyone feel Ning Qi's unyielding character. He did not want to become a fifth step almighty. Naturally, he thought that he could also reach the fifth step. I see. It seems that you don't have completely no memories of your previous life. Tudwa smiled and waved his hand. You may leave. Yes. Ning Qi nodded respectfully and left the high platform. Tudwa had guessed wrongly. The reason for Ning Qi's refusal was simple. Compared to a fifth-step cultivator, a sixth-step cultivator, like the Heavenly Wolf representative, was obviously more tempting to Ning Qi. The Shenluo realm was the same as other places. Without a backer, it was difficult to move forward. Now he had a chance to fight for an emperor-level existence. If he wanted a backer, he could only give up on the fifth-step cultivator. Brother Ning, did those seniors praise you just now? Did they give you any rewards? After getting off the high platform, Sun Shu and the others immediately surrounded him curiously. The seniors told me not to be arrogant because of this. Ning Qi smiled. I'm afraid that Brother Ning is the only cultivator in this batch of immortal palace cultivators to be reminded by these seniors. Sure, Xiaoya's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Dream Cloud Zhe and Niao Yu understood her very well. When they saw her expression, they immediately understood and glanced at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Since you've successfully advanced, there's no need for you to stay in the headquarters. Follow me back to Division 5. Jiao Kuan walked over slowly, stood in front of everyone, and said calmly, Yes. Ning Qi cupped his hands. Jiao Kuan nodded again when he saw that Ning Qi didn't become complacent after receiving the Heavenly Wolf Counselor's praise, and still treated him with the same attitude as before. This kid was indeed a promising talent, so he had to bring Ning Qi back as soon as possible. In the 5th district, ask Lord True Spirit to give Ning Qi a position. That way, he wouldn't be robbed by cultivators from other districts, or even forced to stay at the headquarters. An hour later, Ning Qi and the others sat on Jiao Kuan's ferry boat and once again entered the passage of time. On the ferry boat, Ning Qi's group of 5 formed one team, while the other 5 formed another. Both sides seemed to mind their own business. In reality, Ning Qi's group had no intention of bothering Komodo's group, and Komodo's group did not dare to provoke Ning Qi's group. Any random Sun Shu was an existence that they should look up to, let alone Ning Qi, who was at the great circle of the Karma realm. With such a cultivation level, even in the 5th division, he was still a prominent figure. There were only a few families that had such a cultivation level backing them up. What a pity! If Lord Jiao Kuan had allowed us to stay a little longer, we could have emptied the headquarters' Heavenly Origin Stone trading market. The quality of the Heavenly Origin Stones in the 5th district's trading market are slightly lower than the ones in the headquarters. Sun Shu sighed softly. Sun Shu, be content. Didn't you earn enough in the greedy wolf world? When I returned to the 5th district, the first thing I did was to exchange all the origin stones for blood essence pills. Although I had reached the Karma realm, I could directly absorb origin stones to improve myself. However, the blood essence pill is easier to digest and has a stronger effect. Mang Yunzi laughed. Brother Ning, we really have to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, we might have ended up like them. We wouldn't even have the qualifications to advance, let alone earn a fortune comparable to a heaven's mandate realm cultivator. In a short period of cultivation, there was no need to worry about origin essence stones. Niao Yu looked at Ning Qi with a solemn expression and then bowed formally. Sure, Xiaoya, Mang Yunzi and Sun Shu were slightly startled, but then they followed Niao Yu and bowed to Ning Qi. This scene was seen by Komodo and the rest, who were observing them from afar, and they all had different expressions. There's no need for the 4 of you to be so polite. Ning Chi smiled and helped them up. The four of them couldn't help but straighten their bodies, feeling admiration for Ning Chi's methods. As expected of a Karma Realm Great Circle, his strength was something they couldn't resist at all. Komodo, come here. Suddenly, Sun Shu waved in Komodo's direction. Komodo was slightly startled. The other 5th Division cultivators looked at him with sympathy and then lowered their heads. What's the matter? Komodo walked in front of Sun Shu with an ugly expression and said in a stiff tone, You don't know any manners. You're Immortal Palace cultivator, and we're all Karma Realm cultivators. Aren't you going to call us senior? Don't you know the rules? Sun Shu said plainly. Sun Shu, don't go too far. Komodo's eyes were filled with anger, and he clenched his fists. Even if you're a Karma Realm cultivator, you don't have the right to humiliate me. My family is much stronger than yours. Oh, so between cultivators, victory is determined by the strength of the family? Then I have Commander Shuewei and the others as my backing. I can even say a few words to Senior Tudwa. What are you going to do about it? Ning Chi suddenly smiled faintly. Komodo was slightly shocked when he heard this. His expression changed, and he finally said with difficulty, 5 seniors, what can I do for you? Haha, that's right. It's nothing. Go back and sit. Sun Shu laughed and waved his hand. Yes. Komodo cupped his hands and bowed. Then he walked back to his seat with an ugly expression. However, he was surprised to find that the other 4 Immortal Palace cultivators in the 5th Division had actually distanced themselves from him, as if they wanted to draw a line with him. Damn it. At this moment, Komodo felt unprecedented humiliation. Sun Shu, why do you have to do this? Mang Yunza smiled and shook his head. Now that Komodo bears a grudge against you, he will definitely cause trouble for you in the future. Miao Yu smiled. Chapter 3444. The journey back to Division 5 was a torture for Komodo and the rest, especially in the flowing water time tunnel. There was no concept of time. Even if they were to count in their hearts, they would be affected by a special force. To Komodo, days felt like years. Ning Chi, on the other hand, was having a good time. The ferry boat finally left the passage while they were chatting. We're finally back in the 5th district. Sun Shu was excited. Now that he had successfully advanced to causality state and returned to Division 5, he felt like he had returned to his hometown in glory. Jiokuen walked out of the cabin and stood at the front of the ferry boat with his hands behind his back. I've sent a message back. Lord True Spirit is very happy that you all reached the Karma Realm. Therefore, there will be a special celebration for you all. Celebration? Everyone was startled. Shi Xiaoye was in disbelief. In the past, those that reached the Karma Realm would at most be praised verbally. Why would there be a special celebration this time? But they soon realized what was going on and looked at Ning Chi. It was likely that Lord True Spirit had only done this for Ning Chi's sake. Although this promotion mission was somewhat special, and only the cultivators from the 5th district had obtained 5 promotion spots, the other districts had all been annihilated. This could be considered a form of glory. They knew that such an honor wasn't enough for Lord True Spirit to personally hold a celebration. Komodo, even Lord True Spirit thinks so highly of him. I think you shouldn't make him your enemy. With his talent, it's very likely that he will reach the Heaven's Mandate Realm and become someone like Lord Jiokuen. It's hard to compare with him. One of the 5th district's cultivators sent a message. Komodo's face was green. He lowered his head and didn't reply. No one knew what he was thinking. The cultivator who tried to persuade him not to be enemies with Ning Chi shook his head and walked in front of the 5. He smiled and cupped his hands. Congratulations, seniors. After today, who in the 5th district doesn't know the names of the 5 seniors? Yeah, the other 3 also came forward to congratulate him. The smiles on their faces were very sincere. As for what they were thinking, only they themselves knew. You don't have to be so polite. Don't call me seniors. Sun Shu smiled. Komodo couldn't help but look up at Sun Shu before lowering his head again. He didn't want to clash with Sun Shu right now. With his family's influence, even if Sun Shu advanced to the Karma realm, he wouldn't need to be afraid. However, among Sun Shu's group, Ning Qi was the one he truly feared. If Nangong Zhuhui's slot hadn't been snatched away by that kid back then, so many things wouldn't have happened, and I wouldn't have been punished. That kid can forget about reaching the Karma realm, and I would have definitely obtained the slot. Nangong Zhuhui. That's right. Perhaps I can join hands with him. There was a glimmer of hope in Komodo's eyes. He was no longer as depressed as before. At the city gate of the 5th district, the famous families all sent people here to wait. For example, Sun Shu's family, the families behind Shi Xiaoye and the others, all had their family heads personally lead their cultivators, and they stood there quietly. However, some of the family heads had ugly expressions on their faces. They already knew that their disciples did not qualify to be promoted in this ceremony. Master, do you think that fellow has reached the Karma realm? Fan Er stood beside Nangong Zhuhui and asked in a low voice. Nangong Zhuhui remained expressionless. How am I supposed to know? You'll know when you get here. Haha, ceremony? What's wrong with Lord True Spirit? Why is he holding a ceremony for a few Karma realm cultivators? Master, don't say that. Be careful, someone might notice. Fan Er hurried to warn Nangong Zhuhui. Nangong Zhuhui sneered and didn't say anything else. He stood behind Nangong Yuanqing and stared ahead, coldly. He wouldn't have come if Lord True Spirit hadn't asked him to. Sun Wu, I heard that your kid has reached the Karma realm. Congratulations. Old corpse, didn't your daughter reach the Karma realm as well? Haha, same to you. Those kids are quite close. Let's keep in touch with them in the future. Of course. In front of the city gates, the patriarchs of several clans were chatting with smiles on their faces. Seeing this, the other patriarchs could not help but curl their lips, feeling gloomy. Those family heads were all at the fate state, but they weren't talking loudly because there was another person in the room that they were wary of. He was one of the 3 great commanders of the 5th area, Commander Jushin. He was from the Titan clan, and his cultivation had already reached the intermediate stage of the rebirth realm. Commander Giant God stood at the city gate like a small mountain. Behind him was a group of cultivators from District 5's Covenant of Darkness. If Ning Qi had been present, he would have seen a familiar face among them. That was the person who had let him in, the purple spirit that had entered the 5th division. I wonder if that guy has succeeded in his promotion. Violet Spirit's eyes flickered as she looked in the direction of the city gates. Before long, Jiu Kuin's ferry boat appeared in the sky. After a few breaths, it entered the giant city and slowly landed. Commander Giant God, I'll have to trouble you to personally welcome me. After Jiu Kuin put away the immortal boat, he cupped his hands at Commander Giant God with a smile. Jiu Kuin, I heard from Lord True Spirit that you guys did well this time and suppressed all the major regions. I'm very happy, so I'm very willing to come and welcome you personally. Commander Giant God said in a low, muffled voice. Suppress all the major regions? What's going on? The family heads of the major families were confused. They had only received some information, but it wasn't complete. They didn't know the specifics. Dad. Sun Shu looked at Sun Wu and waved his hand happily. Be reserved. Sun Wu frowned and scolded. Then he smiled and nodded. He had already sensed the karma aura on Sun Shu. Shi Xiaoye and the rest exchanged glances with their patriarchs. As for the families behind Komodo and the rest, their expressions were extremely unsightly. Especially Komodo's father, the family head of the only family formed by the Sea tribe in District 5. He was known as the Dark Ocean King and was at the peak of the fate state. He didn't even look at Komodo. He had already received the news that Komodo had been punished by the Secretary General. He would not be eligible for promotion within 1,000 years. Not only would he be humiliated, but it would also have an indelible impact on his family. Such an impact would last for at least 3,000 years. He really reached the karma state. Why is his aura so strange? Violet Spirit's gaze landed on Ning-Chi as a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. At this moment, Ning-Chi winked at her. Seeing this, Violet Spirit's face couldn't help but turn cold. Thank you, Commander Giant God. Jiu Kuin cupped his hands again. Then he looked around and said indifferently, out of the hundreds of people who participated in the advancement ceremony, only 5 people from our 5th district advanced to the Karma realm. As for the other districts, none of them completed the advancement mission. Chapter 3445. Only 5 people had qualified to participate in the entire promotion ceremony, and all 5 of them were cultivators from the 5th district. Disbelief flashed across the eyes of many cultivators. Even the heads of the various clans who were prepared for this and knew that the promotion ceremony would be different were shocked by Jiu Kuin's news. They couldn't help but wonder if the 5th district had already become so powerful. Good. Sun Wu couldn't help but clap and laugh heartily. His own son was one of the 5 people. How could he not be excited? No wonder Lord True Spirit held a ceremony for these 5 people. Nangong Yuanqing looked at Ning-Chi and the others with a livid expression. Father, if this kid didn't snatch my spot, I would definitely be one of the 5 people this time. Nangong Zhuhui said through gritted teeth. Don't worry. No one can bully the Nangong family like this. Moreover, this kid is also a human. Which clan in the 5th district doesn't want to be on good terms with the Nangong family? I will make it difficult for him to even take a single step forward. Nangong Yuanqing said coldly. Nangong Zhuhui sneered inwardly. Let's go. The ceremony will be held in the Parliament building. All the influential people in the 5th district have been invited. Commander Giant God said with a smile. Soon Ning-Chi and the others followed behind Jiu Kuin and the Giant God Commander and walked in the direction of the Parliament building. During this period, the news brought back by Jiu Kuin continued to spread. All the dark cultivators who heard the news could not help but feel honored. They were extremely excited. This time, the 5th district had made a great appearance in the headquarters. Komodo, why do you look so pale? Judging from your aura, you haven't advanced to the Karma realm? Komodo lowered his head. When he passed by Nangong Yuanqing and the others, Nangong Zhuhui couldn't help but ask. When Komodo heard Nangong Zhuhui's voice, he raised his head and looked at him. Then, he shook his head with an ugly expression. He really hasn't advanced to the Karma realm. That's good too. If he advanced, but I didn't, how am I going to face him in the future? Although they were good friends, Nangong Zhuhui couldn't help but feel a trace of joy when he confirmed that Komodo hadn't advanced to the Karma realm. This was the kind of joy one would feel when they were in the same boat. Parliament building. Commander, Giant God, and Jiu Kuin had already left to pay their respects to Lord True Spirit, while Ning-Chi and the others were left in a hall. The Karma realm cultivators working in the council nodded politely when they saw Ning-Chi and the others. Occasionally, there would be a hint of admiration. Miss Violet Spirit, we meet again. Ning-Chi walked slowly to Violet Spirit and said with a smile. Seeing this, Shi Xiaoye was slightly stunned and her brows furrowed. Don't be nervous, Xiaoye. I've inquired about it. Brother Ning was introduced here by Miss Violet Spirit. If it weren't for her, I'm afraid we wouldn't have known Brother Ning. Dream Yunze secretly transmitted his voice. Why should I be nervous? Shi Xiaoye looked at Dream Yunze in confusion, before chuckling and chatting with Sun Shu. However, she would occasionally glance at Ning-Chi and Violet Spirit from the corner of her eyes. Congratulations. The corners of Violet Spirit's mouth twitched. She felt that it was a little unreal. An immortal palace cultivator who had just entered the 5th district not long ago had suddenly become a Karma realm cultivator. right? Your aura is a little strange. What's going on? Violet Spirit looked at Ning Qi suspiciously and asked, My aura is strange? I don't think so. Ning Qi laughed and laughed. Just as Violet Spirit was about to continue asking, Ju Kuan reappeared and brought Ning Qi and the rest to Lord True Spirit's office. Not long later, we greet Lord True Spirit. Ning Qi and the rest bowed respectfully. Lord True Spirit sat behind the table. Half of his face was covered by the shadow. Commander Giant God stood beside him. Fortunately, the rooms in the Parliament building were huge. Otherwise, Commander Giant God would not be able to stand. Komodo was extremely nervous. After bowing, he did not dare to raise his head and kept staring at the floor. Karma realm great circle indeed. Lord True Spirit's gaze lingered on Ning Qi for a few breaths. Then he smiled and stood up, walking to Ning Qi. Seeing this, Shi Xiaoye and the rest were only left with envy. Not bad, not bad. Before you guys returned, a friend of mine in the headquarters sent me a message. He told me about your performance in the headquarters. You did not bring shame to the 5th district. Lord True Spirit patted Ning Qi's shoulder and said, Lord True Spirit is too kind. Ning Qi said respectfully, not arrogant or rash. Very good. Lord True Spirit smiled and looked at Shi Xiaoye and the rest. You guys did well too. You guys suppressed the other districts and won glory for the 5th district. I will not mistreat you guys. The 4 of you should not have a grade for primordial spiritual treasure, right? After the celebration, go find my treasure. Ku, pick one at will. What? Komodo and the rest were stunned. Lord True Spirit was actually rewarded with a grade for primordial spiritual treasure? Thank you, Lord True Spirit. Sun Shu was extremely excited. 4th grade primordial spiritual treasures were extremely valuable. They were worth at least 50 million to 200 million primordial spiritual stones. 4th grade primordial spiritual treasures of higher quality were also extremely rare. Sometimes one might not even be able to buy one with primordial spiritual stones. They were simply following Ning Qi to advance to the Karma realm. Yet they received such a reward. They were too lucky. After the surprise, they realized that Lord True Spirit only rewarded the 4 of them. They were extremely envious. Ning Qi would definitely receive a better reward. Perhaps a grade 5 primordial spiritual treasure? I will give you your reward after some time. I believe you will like it. Lord True Spirit looked at Ning Qi and smiled. Thank you, Lord True Spirit. Ning Qi cupped his fists in gratitude. There are rewards and punishments. Lord True Spirit's voice suddenly turned cold as he looked at Komodo. Even though Komodo didn't raise his head, he felt a chill down his spine. You're all from the 5th borough, but instead of protecting your own people, you plan to drag us down. If Ning Qi and the others are killed by the Vice City, Lord of Heavenly Wolf City, wouldn't our 5th borough lose 5 karma cultivators? Quetzalcoatl, you're really good. You think that with your father's support you can act recklessly? Lord True Spirit said coldly. Lord True Spirit, you are mistaken. Although the Vice City Lord sent Deacon Xiao Ri to interrogate me, I didn't tell him where I came from, Komodo said bitterly. Sun Shu and the others stared coldly at Komodo, a mocking smile on their faces. Even at this point, he still wanted to quibble. Since Lord True Spirit had spoken, he would not speak without reason. There had to be evidence, otherwise, how could he convince the others? As expected, Lord True Spirit sneered and waved his hand. An image appeared in front of everyone. In this image, Komodo said that Ning Qi and the rest had no backing. Everyone could see the joy on Deacon Xiao Ri's face when he heard this. Do you think you can avoid punishment by betraying your own people? I heard that the head secretary punished you with 3,000 years of karma. I will not kill you for your father's sake. But from today onwards, don't even think about getting a place in the 5th district. Chapter 3446. The celebration at night was very lively. Sun Shu and the other 3 were kept away by the heads of the various families, who kept praising them. The heads even scolded the juniors they had brought with them. Ning Qi sat in a corner with a faint smile on his face, looking bored to death. Seeing this, he felt that it would be better for him to cultivate in seclusion than to participate in such a celebration. The Hades Sea monarch did not participate in this celebration because of Komodo. Komodo had also left the Parliament building without anyone noticing. Naturally, no one would pay attention to such a loser. Are you bored? Violet Spirit walked over to Ning Qi and sat down beside him. It is indeed quite boring. Ning Qi smiled. Aren't you going to get in touch with the heads of the other families? If you can get to know them in the 5th district, it will be beneficial for your cultivation and work in the future. Violet Spirit smiled. It's a bit troublesome. Ning Qi shook his head with a smile. Troublesome? Why do I feel that you don't like them? Violet Spirit looked at him suspiciously. Miss Violet Spirit, don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me. If those seniors hear this, won't they make trouble for me in the future? Ning Qi smiled. I misspoke. Violet Spirit admitted her mistake. Violet Spirit admitted her mistake without hesitation. However, before she could speak, 2 figures suddenly approached them. Violet Spirit's expression changed slightly as they approached. She immediately sent a voice transmission. He's Nangong Yuanqing, the patriarch of the Nangong family. The other person is his son, Nangong Zhuhui. You stole their spot, so I'm afraid they won't let you off easily. Little brother, you're Ning Qi? Congratulations! I heard that you scored the highest points in this promotion mission. Nangong Yuanqing looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Ning Qi looked at him indifferently, then at Nangong Zhuhui, who was glaring at him with resentment. He smiled nonchalantly and said, That's me. What can I do for you two? Nothing much. Nangong Yuanqing smiled, but a trace of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. A mere Karma Realm cultivator dared to speak to him with such a nonchalant attitude. Normally, he would have already beaten him up. If there's nothing else, please leave. I still have many things to say to Miss Violet Spirit. Ning Qi laughed. Violet Spirit's expression changed slightly, and she instinctively wanted to retort. However, when she saw the stunned look on Nangong Yuanqing's face, she fell silent. Brat, don't be too arrogant. Don't you know how you got this opportunity? Nangong Zhuhui could not stand Ning Qi's current appearance and could not help but shout in a low voice. Ning Qi's expression changed. He stood up with a solemn expression and said coldly, My quota was given by Lord True Spirit. What, do you have any objections? The commotion caused by this sentence immediately caused the rest of the cultivators in the hall to fall silent, and they all looked towards Ning Qi and the others. Nangong Zhuhui has really gone to seek revenge. Seeing this, Sun Shu and the others immediately walked towards Ning Qi. As for Sun Wu, Old Ghost Corpse, and the others, they stood where they were. In their opinion, this was a matter between the younger generation, and there was no need to intervene. Nangong Yuanqing's expression changed drastically. Without saying a word, he pulled Nangong Zhuhui away. However, as soon as he turned around, he saw Commander Giant God staring coldly at the two of them. Commander Giant God! Nangong Yuanqing's expression changed again, and he immediately squeezed out a smile. Nangong Zhuhui was so frightened that he did not dare to make a sound. Do you hold a grudge against Lord True Spirit? Commander Giant God asked in a low, muffled voice. Commander Giant God must be joking. How would I dare to hold a grudge against Lord True Spirit? It was just a small quarrel between the younger generation. Nangong Yuanqing smiled stiffly. At this moment, the leaders of many major forces and family clans were standing in the hall. They were all people of the same generation as him. He had only come to greet Ning Qi, but he did not expect Ning Qi to make things difficult for him. This put him in a difficult position. To lose face in front of so many people of the same generation, is that true? Commander Giant God asked as he looked at Ning Qi. Reporting to Commander Giant God, Patriarch Nangong's words are indeed true. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. Nangong Yuanqing was slightly taken aback. Although he did not know why Ning Qi was speaking up for him, he still heaved a sigh of relief. However, before he could completely relax, Ning Qi spoke again. Nangong Zhuhui wanted to challenge me, but I refused, so we quarreled. Now that I think about it, why should I hide it when a junior wants to seek guidance? Ning Qi smiled bitterly, then looked at Nangong Zhuhui and said, "Since you are so determined, I will agree to your request. We will meet at the dueling ground tomorrow at noon." What? Nangong Yuanqing and Nangong Zhuhui stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. Even the way Violet's spirit looked at Ning Qi had become very strange. Huh, Brother Zhuhui, you have the guts to challenge Brother Ning? I will definitely be there tomorrow. Sun Shu was surprised at first, but he soon burst into laughter. I will also be there to watch. Sure, Xiaoya smiled. Why, you are talking nonsense. When did I challenge you? Nangong Zhuhui was dumbfounded. What a joke! The other party had already advanced to the Karma realm. So how could he, a mere immortal palace cultivator, defeat him? Oh, did I hear wrongly? Let me think about what you just said. I think it was... Ning Qi pretended to think hard. Just as he was about to speak, Nangong Yuanqing grabbed Nangong Zhuhui's arm with such force that it almost crushed his bones. Indeed, my son is bold enough to challenge Brother Ning. Nangong Yuanqing said with a smile. Father. Nangong Zhuhui looked at him in a daze. Shut up. Avenge him on the dueling ground tomorrow, and we will forget about this matter. Otherwise, if we continue to pursue this matter, Commander Giant God will have an excuse to bring you to Lord True Spirit. Nangong Yuanqing transmitted, his voice coldly. Nangong Zhuhui lowered his head with an ugly expression. Oh, I understand. Your son admires Ning Qi's strength, so he wants to seek guidance from him. All right, since I am here, I will bear witness. Commander Giant God nodded with a smile. Thank you, Commander Giant God. I suddenly feel a little unwell, so I will take my leave with my son. Nangong Yuanqing forced a smile. After saying this, he bowed, turned around, and quickly left the hall with Nangong Zhuhui. Nangong Yuanqing has really embarrassed himself this time. Sun Wu and the others looked at each other and laughed in tacit agreement. Brother Ning, how are you going to teach Nangong Zhuhui a lesson tomorrow? Sun Shu asked curiously. It's just guidance. How can it be considered a lesson? Ning Qi smiled. Yes. It's just guidance. Look at my mouth. I don't know how to speak properly. I deserve a beating, haha. Sun Shu laughed heartily. Remember to show mercy tomorrow. Don't offend the Nangong clan too much. Violet Spirit reminded with a frown. Chapter 3447. The next day. It wasn't even noon when the real Spirit asked Jiuquan to summon Ning Qi. Greetings, Lord Real Spirit. Ning Qi cupped his hands. Jiuquan nodded at the true Spirit, bowed and left. Before he left, he gave Ning Qi a meaningful look. Yesterday, the four of them each picked a 4th grade primordial spiritual treasure as a reward for bringing glory to the 5th district. The thing I wanted to give you happened to be delivered last night. The real Spirit looked at Ning Qi with a smile. Ning Qi was curious. That thing must be stronger than a 4th grade primordial spiritual treasure, since it's so mysterious. Could it be a 5th grade primordial spiritual treasure? Do you know what's required to reach the destiny state from the great completion of the karma state? The real spirit suddenly asked. Ningqi answered honestly, I don't know. In the karma realm, one is bound by karma. The slightest mistake will result in death. You're very lucky. After overcoming your tribulation, you entered the great circle of the karma realm with a foundation that ordinary people can't even hope to reach. You were able to avoid countless tribulations. However, in this world, there might not even be one person who can reach the destiny state because karma and negative karma are hard to eliminate. The real spirit smiled. Dark cultivators like us find it more difficult to advance than ordinary cultivators. What I'm going to give you is the burning karma fruit. Once you consume it, your karma and negative karma will be burned away, and you'll be qualified to advance to the destiny state. With that, the real spirit took out a jade box and handed it to Ningqi. Ningqi was a little shocked. He reached out to take the jade box and opened it. There was a fruit with a special appearance inside. There seemed to be countless human figures on the fruit. These human figures were all struggling, as if they were evil spirits that wanted to crawl out of hell. Lord Real Spirit, I can reach the destiny state if I take this fruit. Ningqi closed the jade box and asked in surprise, just one burning karma fruit is naturally not enough. With your current level of cultivation, you'll need at least 3 burning karma fruits. However, the burning karma fruit is hard to come by, and I've only managed to find one for you after a great deal of effort. Once you've collected all 3 burning karma fruits, don't use them carelessly. Once you've consumed the burning karma fruit, you'll have to immediately trigger the tribulation lightning and ascend to the destiny state. Otherwise, if you're tainted by karma in the future, all your previous efforts will go to waste. With the existence of the parliament and your status, you will die without a doubt. The true spirit shook her head with a smile. It's a pity that you can't rely on sponsorship to advance from the causality state to the fate state. You have to earn a certain amount of honor points or complete missions from the headquarters. But such missions are basically about killing fate state beings. Only the fate state warriors from the clans with emperors are extremely difficult. Sure enough, things weren't that simple. Ningqi thought to himself. However, he was very satisfied with the gift from the true spirit, with the devil purification gourd, a defective 7th rank primordial spiritual treasure. Even a 5th rank primordial spiritual treasure from the true spirit wouldn't be of much use to him. But at least he knew what to do next. All he had to do was find 2 more burning karma fruits and get the permission from the headquarters of the Dark Congress. Then he could begin the tribulation lightning. He might be able to reach the fate state in a few years. That way, the gap between him and Jiang Tianshu would become smaller and smaller. Thank you, Lord True Spirit. Ningqi put away the jade box and bowed respectfully. It's only right for me to give you a burning karma fruit, since you followed Jiokun back to the 5th district instead of staying at the headquarters. I have high hopes for you. I hope you won't disappoint me in the future. The True Spirit said with a smile. Don't worry, Lord True Spirit. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Ningqi smiled. Go ahead. The True Spirit waved his hand. Ningqi suddenly stopped at the door and turned around to look at the True Spirit. Lord True Spirit, after today, I might leave the 5th district for a while. You're going to the outside world? Well, you're right. There are no more burning karma fruits in the 5th district. You can look for them in the outside world. If you can't find any, you can try to resolve the karma you've accumulated over the years on your own. The True Spirit was startled for a moment, then nodded. Resolve it on my own. Ningqi smiled bitterly. The karma between him and Jiang Tianshu could only be resolved if one of them died. He wasn't Jiang Tianshu's match at the moment, so he had to rely on the burning karma fruit to reach the fate state. Ningqi wasn't too worried about that. With his wealth and heaven origin divine skill, he would definitely be able to find 2 more burning karma fruits as long as he was willing to pay. What he had to worry about was the promotion quota of the headquarters of the Dark Congress. I have the devil purification gourd. It's not impossible for me to kill someone at the fate state. Ning Qi was suddenly more confident when he thought about the devil purification gourd. After leaving the True Spirit's office, Ning Qi went straight out of the building and bumped into Sun Shu and the others at the door. Have the four of you been waiting here for a long time? Ning Qi smiled. You're going to teach Nangong Zhu Hui today. How could we miss it? Sun Shu smiled. The group chatted for a while, then headed for the largest arena in the area. Most of the grudges between dark cultivators were settled in this arena. It was unknown who had spread the news. But when Ning Qi arrived at the dueling ground, there were no empty seats in the spectator stands. Sun Shu glanced around, and a trace of mockery appeared in his eyes. Nangong Zhu Hui is not here yet. Don't worry. Even if he doesn't dare to come, the head of the Nangong family will force him to come. It doesn't matter if he loses to Brother Ning, but if he runs away from this battle, will the Nangong family still be able to survive here? Meng Yunze smiled faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, a few figures appeared in front of him. Aren't they here now? Shi Xiaoye smiled. The newcomers were Nangong Yuanqing and Nangong Zhu Hui. Apart from them, there were a few people who seemed to be elders, and all of them were at the Karma state. Nangong Zhu Hui is here, a mere Dao querying cultivator at the great circle of the Dao querying realm dares to challenge Ning Qi? How gutsy! I heard that when Ning Qi was still a cultivator of the Immortal Palace, he broke through a flesh and blood training camp. Now he has reached the Karma realm. Where is Nangong Zhu Hui? Actually, there will definitely be a battle between the two of them. I'm afraid that you all might not know about this, but one of the spots should have originally been Nangong Zhu Hui's. However, it was snatched away by Ning Qi. Because of that, the Nangong family cannot remain silent. Is that so? The audience discussed among themselves. Nangong Yuanqing was expressionless. He led the elders of the family to their seats, leaving Nangong Zhu Hui alone in the air. Chapter 3448. Nangong Zhu Hui knew that he would definitely be humiliated by Ning Qi today. Thus, he did not have the mood to resist at all. I swear, I will return the humiliation you gave me today tenfold in the future. Nangong Zhu Hui looked at Ning Qi and swore in his heart. In the audience seats, an elder of the Nangong family said worriedly, Patriarch, if we let the young master apologize like this, wouldn't we be putting our lives in the hands of the other party? Nangong Yuanqing said indifferently, the grudge between them isn't that deep to begin with. As long as Ning Qi knows his place, Zhu Hui will be fine. As soon as Nangong Yuanqing finished speaking, Nangong Zhu Hui let out a miserable howl. The cultivators in the spectator stands were dumbfounded by what they saw. Nangong Zhu Hui's figure was nowhere to be seen. Just a second ago, his physical body had been destroyed by Ning Qi's punch. Is this what he meant by knowing his limits? In a corner of the audience, Violet Spirit looked at Ning Qi in astonishment. She didn't want to come here today, but she was worried that Ning Qi would be too heavy-handed and create an irreconcilable enmity with the Nangong family. That was why she had come to take a look. Nangong Zhu Hui had practically used up all of his strength in this single move. Before Nangong Zhu Hui could even put up a fight, his body had already been reduced to dust. You! Nangong Yuanqing abruptly rose to his feet and glared at Ning Qi angrily. He had never thought that Ning Qi would be so vicious as to destroy Nangong Zhu Hui's physical body. Even if Nangong Zhu Hui had the Immortal Palace, his physical body wouldn't be as strong as before. It was the same as before. Family head Nangong, I'm sorry. I didn't expect your son to be so weak. I was a little too heavy-handed. I'm sorry. Ning Qi cupped his hands at Nangong Yuanqing apologetically. Slightly heavy-handed. This was far more than just slightly heavy. The cultivators in the spectator stands had strange expressions on their faces. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Ning Qi had purposely killed Nangong Yuanqing. There were many cultivators from the large families of District 5 in the spectator stands. They looked at Nangong Yuanqing and then at Ning Qi. A gloating look appeared in his eyes. The former was the head of the Nangong family in District 5, a Fate State warrior. The latter, on the other hand, was a dark horse that had just risen. Although he was only in the Karma state, they had already received the news that Ning Qi had reached the consummation of the Karma state after going through the tribulations. He could not be underestimated. Slightly heavy-handed, Nangong Yuanqing, suddenly chuckled. Then his voice sounded in Ning Qi's ears. "Brat, you and my son merely quarreled for a short while. Are you going to kill him?" Ning Qi smiled and also transmitted his voice. "Old man, I unintentionally took your son's promotion spot. With the temperament of you father and son, will you just let it go? In the future, you will definitely find trouble with me. So why should I be merciful? Ha ha ha, good, good." Nangong Yuanqing burst into laughter before turning around and leaving with the elders of the Nangong family. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about killing Ning Qi, but when he considered the fact that Ning Qi had the 9 Leviathans behind him, as well as the giant god commander and Lord True Soul, the thought faded. Revenge must be taken, but not in Division 5. After Nangong Yuanqing left, Ning Qi landed beside Sun Shu and the others and said with a faint smile, "Let's go." "Brother Ning, I didn't expect you to kill him. It's a pity that Nangong Zhuhui still has the Immortal Palace, so I didn't kill him," Sun Shu said with a smile. "It's fine. I'll just kill him again the next time we meet." Ning Qi smiled. If he had used the karma state to devour Nangong Zhuhui's karma and kill him, given Nangong Yuanqing's temper, there was a high chance that he would kill him on the spot. In that case, Ning Qi would have to summon the devil refining gourd to fight him. If True Soul discovered such a connate spiritual treasure, he would definitely be tempted. Exposing his trump card for Nangong Zhuhui? It wasn't worth it. The Nangong family, Nangong Yuanqing, sat in the seat of honor, and beside him sat a beautiful middle-aged woman who still retained her charm. At this moment, the middle-aged woman's expression was as cold as ice, and a faint coldness swirled in her pupils. Below the two of them sat 2 rows of people from the Nangong family. Below them sat 2 rows of Nangong family elders and the heads of the various branches. I'm sure you all know about Zhuhui, a human brat who has just arrived, killed him in front of so many large families and countless cultivators. If our Nangong family doesn't do anything, do you think our Nangong family will still be able to stand in the 5th district? The middle-aged woman suddenly asked. The middle-aged woman suddenly said, "We can't." Everyone shook their heads with ugly expressions. That's why I want to hear the news of this brat's physical body being destroyed within a month. An eye for an eye, the middle-aged woman said calmly. However, this brat has been favored by Lord True Soul recently. I heard that he received a burning karma fruit as a reward. He's even more favored than the other 4 juniors. If he wants to make a move in the 5th district, I'm afraid, a Nangong family karma state elder said as he looked at Nangong Yuanqing. "Master, what do you say?" The middle-aged woman asked calmly. Nangong Yuanqing remained expressionless. "Zhuhui is also my son. I will naturally avenge him, but not now. Patriarch, Ning Qi has actually left the 5th district." All of a sudden, a figure streaked across the sky and entered the hall. He half knelt in front of Nangong Yuanqing and spoke in an excited tone. Everyone was slightly startled. Nangong Yuanqing couldn't help but stand up. Really? Could it be a smoke screen? This subordinate has been following him secretly under the Patriarch's orders. I saw him leave the 5th district with my own eyes. Master, this is our chance to avenge Zhuhui. The middle-aged woman said sternly. I'll go personally." Nangong Yuanqing grinned. If he really dares to leave the 5th district at this moment, even the heavens want him dead. After saying this, Nangong Yuanqing gave some simple instructions, then disguised himself and left the 5th district in an extremely low-key manner. In the outside world, Ningqi leisurely flew in the direction of the ancient star pavilion on an immortal sword. Whether intentionally or not, the path Ningqi took became more and more desolate. He would occasionally see a few cultivators passing by, but now he was surrounded by nothing but a barren land, a place where no grass could grow. This place seemed to have been visited by 2 almighties, as there were many traces of battle left behind. These traces had existed for a very long time, but even now a trace of aura still lingered, making it so that even weeds couldn't grow. Thousands of kilometers behind Ningqi, Nangong Yuanqing stared at Ningqi with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He had caught up to Ningqi not long after he left the 5th district. However, Nangong Yuanqing still had an uneasy feeling in his heart. He suspected that Ningqi was deliberately luring him to attack. Chapter 3449. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. Ningqi had completely deviated from the direction of the immemorial star pavilion. If he continued in this direction, he would arrive at a famous forbidden area in the Shenluo realm. Burial ruins, according to the rumors, this place used to be an extremely prosperous sect in the Shenluo realm a long time ago. When this sect was at its peak, even the thearchs had to follow the rules and didn't dare to overstep their boundaries. However, all the cultivators of the sect died overnight. No one knew what had happened. Some people went in to investigate, but they died one after another and couldn't come out. This matter attracted the attention of the thearchs. Several thearchs entered together to find out the truth. In the end, all the thearchs couldn't come out of the burial ruins. From then on, this place became a forbidden area, let alone cultivators. Even star beasts that weren't as intelligent as ordinary people didn't dare to step into it. This guy wants to go to the burial ruins. Nangong Yuanqing couldn't believe it. However, in the next moment, a smile suddenly appeared on his face, and a look of realization appeared in his eyes. He finally figured it out. Then he took a step forward and crossed thousands of kilometers in an instant, appearing directly in front of Ningqi. Patriarch Nangong. Ningqi looked at Nangong Yuanqing in astonishment. "Are you surprised?" Nangong Yuanqing looked at Ningqi with a faint smile. "You already knew of my existence and wanted to use the burial ruins to scare me away. Why do you have to act like this?" "Hee, Patriarch Nangong, why did you follow me all the way here?" Ningqi smiled, and the astonishment on his face disappeared. "Of course, I'm here to kill you. In the 5th region, you dared to destroy my son's body because you had Lord Jinling as your backer and Jiuquan and the others would help you. However, do you think anyone would help you in the outside world?" Nangong Yuanqing smiled. "No one will help me," Ningqi said honestly. "It's good that you know. It's good that you know. When you tried to kill Zhu Hui, you should have known that my Nangong family wouldn't let you off. I've already heard that you've shown brilliantly in the headquarters, and even the Heavenly Wolf Councilman praised you. That's all because you've reached the ascendant stage the moment you broke through. If I had received this news on the day of the celebration, I wouldn't have brought Zhu Hui to make things difficult for you, nor would I have chosen to go against you. It's just a mere quota. I, Nangong, can afford to lose it." Nangong Yuanqing sighed and said, "It's a pity that the news came too late and I was careless and didn't check your current cultivation base, which led to this situation." "Oh, since Patriarch Nangong is aware of this, why don't you repent in time and let the enmity disappear with a smile?" Ningqi laughed. "A smile dissolves all enmity? What a joke!" Nangong Yuanqing burst into laughter. "Do you take me for a 3-year-old? How can I let go of the enmity between us? If I let you live, I'm afraid it won't be long before you step on my head and shit on me." After a pause, he said, "How about this? Hand over the burning karma fruit, and I'll let you die quickly." "So you didn't kill me immediately because of the burning karma fruit." Ningqi looked at Nangong Yuanqing with a look of realization. "You guessed correctly." Nangong Yuanqing laughed. He was like a cat toying with a mouse. He wasn't afraid of Ningqi's tricks at all. If he could let a karma realm cultivator escape from him, he wouldn't mind giving up his cultivation base. "Unfortunately, you guessed wrong." Ningqi suddenly laughed. "What did you say?" Nangong Yuanqing was slightly stunned. In the next moment, he saw Ningqi take out a black wine gourd, and he could feel an extremely terrifying aura from the wine gourd. What kind of spiritual treasure is this? 6th grade? 5th grade? 7th grade connate spiritual treasure, the devil refining gourd. Ningqi smiled. Then all the energy in his body was absorbed into the devil refining gourd, and the devil refining gourd's power gradually manifested. A black mist gushed out and swept toward Nangong Yuanqing. 7th grade connate spiritual treasure? Nangong Yuanqing shrieked in terror, then turned around and fled without hesitation. "Do you think you can escape?" A cold glint flashed across Ningqi's eyes. He had been fishing for a year. If he still let a fish escape, he would smash his head against the wall and die. "Suppress it." With a loud roar, all the energy in Ningqi's body was instantly injected into the devil refining gourd. Then he half knelt on the ground, exhausted, with a creepy smile on his face. "No." Nangong Yuanqing let out a miserable howl as he was sucked into the devil refining gourd by the sudden surge of black mist. Inside the devil refining gourd, it was a burning world. Nangong Yuanqing hovered in the air in panic. The boiling magma below him and the heat from it made Nangong Yuanqing feel like it was burning. "Patriarch Nangong, although I don't have anyone to help me, I can always improve myself." Ningqi's voice sounded from inside the devil refining gourd. Nangong Yuanqing subconsciously looked up, only to see a huge eyeball looking at him mockingly. It was as if Ningqi was holding the devil refining gourd and aiming his eyes at the mouth of the gourd. "Ningqi, Brother Ning," Nangong Yuanqing forced a smile. "Why don't we forget about this? As long as you let me out, I'll never hurt you or reveal your secrets. Enjoy it. The devil refining gourd can even refine an immortal palace. If you have a next life, I'll forget about this." Ningqi smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings were set ablaze, instantly engulfing Nangong Yuanqing. Apart from the sound of the burning flames, Nangong Yuanqing's bitter curses could be heard inside the devil refining gourd. The cursing continued day after day, and after half a month or so, the voices gradually weakened. A month later, the curses completely disappeared. Ningqi was still worried, so he waited for a few more months. Then a golden elixir suddenly jumped out of the devil refining gourd. The elixir's aura made Ningqi salivate. Is this the elixir condensed from Nangong Yuanqing's essence? I wonder what effect this elixir will have. Ningqi fiddled with the elixir for a while before putting it away in his spatial bag. He would not take this elixir, because if he did, he might be contaminated with all of Nangong Yuanqing's karma. It would not be too late to take it after he advanced to the fate state. My cultivation is still not high enough. Otherwise, with Nangong Yuanqing's strength, he wouldn't need to refine it for so long. When I reach the fate state, I'll probably be able to refine someone like him to death in one day. Chapter 3450. It looks like killing someone will indeed cause me to be affected by their karma. However, that old geezer, Nangong Yuanqing, doesn't seem to have much karma. It must be because he rarely fights after reaching the heavens' mandate realm. Ningqi looked at the karma in his sea of knowledge and relaxed. Several years later, Ningqi finally arrived at the territory of the ancient star pavilion according to the route Feng Moran had given him. There were countless mortal countries under the ancient star pavilion's jurisdiction, as well as other forces of various sizes that were subordinate to the ancient star pavilion. This should be the place. Ning Qi looked ahead with a strange expression. 100 miles away, there was a majestic divine mountain that pierced through the clouds. Even 1,000 feet tall giant was like an ant in front of this divine mountain. Ning Qi couldn't see how tall the mountain was. It was as if it was connected to the heavens and earth. It looks like the top of the mountain has entered the universe. Ning Qi muttered to himself. Then his gaze fell on the foot of the mountain. Even from 50 kilometers away, he could see people moving. There were about 30,000 to 40,000 people. There were second-step cultivators, third-step cultivators, and even fourth-step cultivators. After a few breaths of time, Ning Qi arrived at the foot of the divine mountain. Most of the cultivators only glanced at him once before ignoring him. Tens of thousands of cultivators sat cross-legged in their own territories, minding their own business with the others. Ning Qi found a place with fewer people, sat down cross-legged, and slowly closed his eyes. Just like this, several more years passed. During these years, the tens of thousands of cultivators were basically fine. Occasionally, cultivators would fly out of the mountain. Only then would some of the cultivators open their eyes. The cultivators that walked out of the mountain. Looking over, there were traces of envy and jealousy in his eyes. Bastard! How dare you escape? Give me back my qualification jade token. Young master, this is already the ancient star pavilion. Let's finish this quickly. Be careful not to cause too much noise and attract the attention of the seniors in the ancient star pavilion. Then what are you talking about? This bastard won't last much longer. Capture him. There was a sudden movement in the distance. Everyone could not help but look up. Then they saw a figure covered in wounds. He was hit by some kind of spell and fell directly in Ning Qi's direction. Bang! A figure covered in wounds landed in front of Ning Qi. It was a youth who looked to be 18 or 19 years old. His cultivation level was not high, only at the early stage of the Tao querying realm. The youth's gaze happened to meet Ning Qi's. His expression was stubborn and unwilling. The qualification jade token was left to me by my mother. It's not his. At that moment, two figures landed in front of Ning Qi one after another. One of them was about the same age as the youth, but his expression was slightly ferocious. The other was an old man whose cultivation was around the mid-stage Tao querying realm. He realized that he couldn't see through Ning Qi. Qi's aura revealed a respectful expression as he said, "Senior, this bastard stole my young master's jade token. Junior will take him away now, lest he tarnishes Senior's eyes." As he spoke, he reached out to grab the youth. "Scram," Ning Qi said lightly. When the old man and the young man heard this, they were slightly stunned and looked at Ning Qi blankly. "Senior, this bastard stole my things, you see?" A fawning smile appeared on the young man's face. "If you don't scram, I'll send you off," Ning Qi said faintly. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, their lips curled into a mocking smile. The young man still wanted to speak, but he was stopped by the old man. He looked at Ning Qi with an ugly expression and then pulled the young man away. However, the two of them didn't leave but stood in the distance. Damn it! Why is that guy meddling in other people's business? Could it be that he also wants the qualification jade token in the bastard's hand? Lin Feng's expression was ferocious. He clenched his fists and his heart was filled with anger. In order to obtain this qualification jade token, he had gone through a lot of hardships to track the ancient star system pavilion. However, just as he was about to obtain it, he was robbed. "Young master, don't worry. No matter what this person's purpose is, we can only wait patiently for the ancient star system pavilion's trial to begin. The ancient star system pavilion is very fair. As long as we complain, we will definitely get the qualification back for you. The jade token." The old man sent a voice transmission. That's the only way. Lin Feng let out a cold snort. He was unwilling to leave just like this. He had to wait here. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, he wasn't willing to give up. Senior, thank you. A look of gratitude flashed in the young man's eyes. Then his injuries flared up and he fainted. Ningqi smiled. He did not help. Instead, he closed his eyes again. 1 hour later, the distant karma cultivators exchanged glances. Then, with a tacit understanding, they stood up and walked over to Ningqi's side. What can I do for you? Ningqi slowly opened his eyes and said indifferently, Brother, this little fellow has a qualification jade token in his possession. Everyone who sees it has a share. You can't take it for yourself, right? One of the Karma Realm cultivators laughed. When his gaze landed on the young man, his eyes were filled with greed. Ningqi was slightly taken aback. He looked around and saw many Dao, querying realm cultivators looking at the young man greedily. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't have the confidence to snatch Ningqi away from him, they would have already made their move. Among the tens of thousands of cultivators, there were only a few karmic realm cultivators. Most of them were at the early stage of the Dao querying realm or peak Dao querying realm. This was because the ancient star system pavilion had a rule that only accepted disciples at the early stage of the Dao querying realm to the karma realm. They wouldn't accept anyone below that level and wouldn't accept anyone above that level. You all already have the qualification jade token. Why are you coveting this child's token? Ningqi frowned. The karma realm cultivators looked at each other. One of them sneered and said, Brother, are you pretending to be stupid? I don't need to say more about the value of the qualification jade token, right? Besides, we might not be able to pass the test. Wouldn't it be an extra chance? Only one qualification jade token isn't enough. How about this? According to the market price, one of us will buy it with origin stones and the rest will split the origin stones. What do you all think? Very well, let's do it this way. They didn't seem to care about Ningqi at all. After the discussion, one of them was going to search for the qualification jade token on the young man. Not far away, Lin Feng and his old servant saw this, and their hearts sank. Their expressions were ugly as if their parents had died. Chapter 3451 Great Karma Realm. The few of them were shocked and took a few steps back. Then they stared at Ningqi with ugly expressions. Even if you are at the Great Karma Realm, you can't be so overbearing, right? I heard that if you want to reach the Heaven's Mandate Realm at your level, you should avoid fighting with others and resolve all karma. If the few of us join forces, I don't think you can do it. Taking the qualification jade token for yourself will only bring trouble to yourself and affect your own cultivation. One of the Karma Realm cultivators said coldly, Perhaps you can try. Ningqi smiled. I wonder if we will be punished by the archaic star pavilion if we fight here. When the Karma Realm cultivators heard this, their eyes flashed with fear. After weighing the pros and cons, they glared at Ningqi and turned to leave. Phew! Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. His expression did not look so ugly. If the qualification jade token was divided among the Karma Realm cultivators, it would be useless even if he complained to the cultivators of the archaic star pavilion. In the following period of time, although many people would occasionally look at the youth with greedy eyes, coveting his qualification jade token, no one dared to make a move. Even a few Karma Realm cultivators working together could not get it from Ningqi. Ordinary Dao querying realm cultivators did not even need to think about getting it. Half a year passed. The youth finally woke up from his coma. His injuries had mostly healed. When he woke up, the first thing he did was touch his waist. Then his expression relaxed. When he saw Lin Feng and his old servant off in the distance, glaring at him viciously, not daring to act rashly, and the undisguised greed on the faces of many Dao querying cultivators, The young man finally understood the situation. Ninth Spirit, thank Senior for saving my life. The youth knelt before Ning Chi with a thud. You are called Ninth Spirit. Ning Chi was slightly taken aback. Then he looked at the youth's attributes, and his expression relaxed. The other party was called Ninth Spirit. Jiu should be his surname. Get up, Ning Chi said lightly. Hearing this, the Ninth Spirit stood up silently. His eyes flashed with hesitation, and then he tentatively sat behind Ning Chi. Seeing that Ning Chi did not chase him away, he breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart filled with gratitude. Senior, the qualification jade token on this bastard is indeed mine. I can prove it, seeing that the Ninth Spirit had awoken. Lin Feng could not help but speak again. However, Ning Chi had already closed his eyes and did not respond to his words at all. The Ninth Spirit stared coldly at Lin Feng, his eyes flashing with bone-deep hatred, but he did not speak. Instead, he followed Ning Chi's example and closed his eyes. Could it be that this person doesn't intend to take away the qualification token? The few karmic realm cultivators who had wanted to split the jade tokens saw that Ning Chi had not asked the Ninth Spirit to hand over the jade tokens, and were immediately alarmed. Young master, don't speak anymore. If we anger this person and he kills us, it won't be worth it. We should wait patiently and ask the cultivators of the ancient star system pavilion to help us. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to speak again, the elder hurriedly sent a message to stop him. Elder Zhong, I can't wait to skin this bastard alive. Why is his luck so good that a karmic realm cultivator is willing to protect him? I must enter the ancient star system pavilion. Otherwise, when this kid rises, our Lin family will be in trouble. Head, Lin Feng said with a venomous expression. Young master, don't worry. Taking a step back, given this kid's talent, he may not be chosen by the ancient star system pavilion. Elder Zhong comforted. Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression improved. In the blink of an eye, 28 winters and summers had passed. The day of the ancient star system pavilion's grand opening was about to arrive. During this time, many more cultivators arrived. Ning Chi also saw an acquaintance that had been with him before. It was the Feng family disciple, Feng Mo Ran. This time, Feng Mo Ran was accompanied by an old man who exuded the aura of the great perfection of the karmic realm. She must have learned her lesson last time and specially sent him to protect her. However, Feng Mo didn't recognize Ning Chi because Ning Chi's appearance had changed. After all, he was a dark cultivator and had offended a lot of people in the headquarters and the 5th region. If some of those people were hiding in the ancient star pavilion, if there were people hiding in the ancient star system pavilion, it was inevitable that they would recognize him. They might even betray him. Senior, tomorrow the ancient star system pavilion will open its doors. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. The Ninth Spirit is grateful. If I can enter the ancient star system pavilion, I will follow your lead. The Ninth Spirit said in a low voice. Ning Chi smiled. There's no need to be like this. I didn't help you much. I just said a few words. You don't have to worry about it. I don't want to bear your karma. The Ninth Spirit was slightly stunned. Then, she smiled bitterly and nodded. The next day, all the cultivators stood up. Even some of the cultivators who had been meditating for decades slowly opened their eyes and stood up with solemn expressions. Everyone looked in the direction of the divine mountain with great anticipation. Not long after, a ferry boat slowly flew out from the sacred mountain and floated in the air under everyone's expectant gazes. On the deck of the immortal boat stood 7 cultivators. These cultivators stood with their hands clasped behind their backs. Their auras were strong, and each of them wore snow-white robes and jade-inlaid cloud shoes. However, their chests were embroidered with different stars. They are disciples of the 7 Stars Palace. The Ninth Spirit was excited. Ning Chi's eyes moved, and he transmitted, 7 Stars Palace? Senior, don't you know? The ninth spirit was startled. She immediately reacted and transmitted. Senior, the ancient star system pavilion has 7 major star palaces. They are Dubhi Palace, Tianqian Palace, Phecta Palace, Migras Palace, Alioth Palace, Mizar Palace, and Radiant Jade Palace. Most cultivators enter the ancient star system pavilion and enter one of the star palaces. Dubhi, Tianqian, Mizar, Radiant Jade, aren't these the Big Dipper? The ancient star system pavilion's 7 major star palaces are actually named after these 7 stars? Ning Qi was a little surprised. At this time, the 7 disciples on the immortal boat who belonged to the major star palaces said slowly, "Cultivators who don't have the qualifications to have the jade token can leave now. Senior, please give me a chance on account of my sincerity." A cultivator fell to his knees and bowed to the 7. "The rules cannot be broken. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave later." Chapter 3452. You know a lot about the ancient star pavilion. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a hint of amusement. "I paid special attention to it." The ninth spirit lowered her head guiltily. Seeing this, Ning Qi suddenly had some doubts about the ninth spirit's background. Even Feng Mo Ran did not seem to know much about the primordial star pavilion. How could a kid in the early stage of the Tao-seeking realm, who was being hunted, know so much about the primordial star pavilion? Moreover, he was able to determine which star palace the 7 of them belonged to based on their clothes. However, the ninth spirit was unwilling to say. Given Ning Qi's pride, he naturally would not ask further. "Senior, can't you give me a chance?" The cultivator was not satisfied. He still knelt on the ground, his face determined. It seemed that if the other party did not agree, he would not get up. The Alcade Star Palace female disciple's expression suddenly turned cold. She gently raised her hand and pressed down. The cultivator's body immediately exploded into a cloud of blood mist. "Those who don't leave will end up like him," the female cultivator said coldly. The cultivators who did not have the qualification jade token saw this and turned to leave without hesitation. A cultivator at the great perfection of the Tao-seeking realm had been killed so easily. It could be seen that even among the 4th step, the female cultivator was not weak. The ancient star pavilion is indeed domineering. If I can successfully enter it, I will not be afraid even if I meet a great emperor's family in the future. Not only were the cultivators with the qualification jade tokens not afraid, but when they saw this scene, their hearts yearned and they were extremely excited. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly knelt on the ground with a face full of grief and anger. "Junior's qualification jade token has been stolen. Seniors, please help me." Seeing this, Elder Zhong also knelt down with his master. Someone stole the qualification jade token? Outside, or at the foot of the God Mountain. The female disciple from the Alcade Star Palace frowned. Her gaze fell on Lin Feng. Lin Feng was overjoyed. The cultivators of the ancient star pavilion had indeed paid attention to this matter. Reporting to Senior, it was stolen at the foot of the God Mountain. Lin Feng said respectfully, "Who? It's them." Lin Feng pointed at Ning Qi and the ninth spirit. "You're talking nonsense. The qualification jade token was left to me by my mother." The ninth spirit said angrily. The female disciple of Alcade Star Palace frowned and asked, "Do you have any witnesses?" "Yes, my old servant is the witness." Lin Feng pointed at Elder Zhong and said, "Senior, this old man can testify that it was this bastard who snatched away my young master's qualification jade token. My old master was kind enough to take in this mother and son pair. In the end, he didn't expect to take in a pair of ingrates." Elder Zhong hurriedly said, "How can your servant testify? If there are no witnesses, you can leave this place." The female disciple of Radiant Star Palace said coldly. This, Lin Feng and Elder Zhong were stunned. "Senior, we can testify." Suddenly, a karma realm cultivator stepped forward and said. Ning Qi heard this and looked at him, his eyes gradually turning cold. This Karma Realm cultivator was one of those who had planned to snatch the qualification jade tokens earlier. Oh! Alcade Star Palace looked at the Karma Realm cultivator and said, "Speak." Seeing this, the Karma Realm cultivator smiled at Ning Qi and then recounted what had happened. Although he did not exaggerate, the ninth spirit's expression turned ugly. The situation was very disadvantageous to him, because he had no way to prove that he had the qualification jade token. The qualification jade token was left behind by his mother. You stole his qualification jade token and fled all the way here. The female disciple of Radiant Star Palace looked at the ninth spirit and said lightly, "Senior, the qualification jade token is mine." It was this junior who accidentally revealed this matter, and they found out. Who would have thought that the two of them would suddenly kill me? If it wasn't for this junior realizing this early, I'm afraid that I wouldn't even be able to reach this place and would have already died in their hands. Yes, the ninth spirit said with a hint of grief and indignation. "Bastard, you're talking nonsense." Lin Feng roared angrily. "Shut up. This is not a place for you to make a ruckus." The female disciple of Radiant Star Palace snorted and then said lightly, "Since both sides have no proof, then whoever has the qualification jade token is qualified to participate in the Ancient Star Pavilion's trial. Those who do not have the qualification jade token, please leave." What? Lin Feng was stunned. He had thought that he could get the qualification jade token back through the hands of the Ancient Star Pavilion cultivators. Who would have thought that they would make such a decision? "Young master, let's go first. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to. We will wait nearby. If that bastard fails the trial, we can still capture him and vent our anger. As for the qualification jade token, we will have another chance in the future." Elder Zhong hurriedly grabbed Lin Feng's arm and transmitted. Hearing this, Lin Feng's face was ashen. He looked at the ninth spirit, his eyes flickering with hatred. Finally, he gritted his teeth and turned to leave with Elder Zhong. "Thank you, Senior, for upholding justice." The ninth spirit was extremely excited. The female disciple of Radiant Star Palace said coldly, I am just following the rules. There is no need to thank me." After a pause, she looked at the crowd. "Who else does not have the qualification jade token? I will give you 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths of time, don't leave." A large group of cultivators soared into the sky and left with resentful looks on their faces. There had been tens of thousands of people, but now there were only a few thousand left. This meant that out of 20 people, there might be 19 who did not have the qualification jade token and wanted to try their luck. This is normal. If the Ancient Star Pavilion gave out tens of thousands of qualification jade tokens at once, then it would be no different from an ordinary sect. Ning Qi thought to himself, "All right, all of you follow me." The female disciple of Radiant Star Palace was silent for a moment. In the next instant, the ferry boat once again flew towards the sacred mountain. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly rose into the air and followed closely behind. As they neared the sacred mountain, there was a sudden fluctuation in the air. It was as if an invisible energy barrier had enveloped the sacred mountain. The ferry boat that the Qixing Palace disciples were on passed through the energy barrier very smoothly. Ning Qi and the ninth spirit did the same. However, one cultivator suddenly let out a miserable howl when he passed through the energy barrier. Then his entire body was engulfed in flames. In less than half a breath's time, he was burned to ashes. The cultivators who had not yet passed the energy barrier immediately stopped in their tracks. They looked at this scene with uncertainty and did not dare to fly forward. The ferry boat stopped. The female disciple of Radiant Star Palace rose into the air. She said coldly, "This is the fate of those who do not have the qualification jade token. Then she reached out and waved her hand. There was one thing on the cultivator's body that had not been burned to ashes. It was the Qian Kuan ring. The woman took something out of the Qian Kuan ring that the cultivator had left behind. It was the qualification jade token that everyone else had. Why? It's fake. The female disciple of Radiant Star Palace shook her head. She threw the jade token away and returned to the ferry boat. Chapter 3453. In the end, of the thousands who had the qualification jade token, there were still a few hundred who did not dare to cross the barrier because they doubted the authenticity of their token. The 7 Big Dipper Palace disciples did not say much to these people, nor did they help them. They verified the authenticity of the token, then led those who had crossed the barrier and disappeared. This is the ancient Star Pavilion. Everyone's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. To the outside world, the Divine Mountain was just a mountain. No matter how big it was still a mountain. But after crossing the barrier, they found that it was a different world. The Divine Mountain still existed, but it felt even bigger than it did on the outside. Yes, the height of this Divine Mountain has probably already reached the starry sky. Ning Qi looked up. Even with his eyesight, he could not see where the peak of the Divine Mountain was. Senior, I heard that the peak of the Divine Mountain is the Star Pavilion. Only core disciples have the right to enter once every 100 years. If they can establish a connection with a star, they have a chance to become a true disciple. The 9th spirit transmitted her voice. She looked at the peak of the Divine Mountain with a trace of desire. Star Pavilion. Ning Qi's heart stirred. The system advancement mission required him to go to the ancient Star Pavilion and obtain the primal star. Other than that, there were not many clues. Could it be that the place to obtain the primal star was the Star Pavilion? Thinking of this, Ning Qi had a plan in mind. If he could successfully enter the ancient Star Pavilion, his first goal would be to become a core disciple and go to the Star Pavilion to see what was going on. Soon, the ferry boat that the 7 were on slowed down and landed on a square paved with white jade. In the center of the square, there was a figure standing with his hands behind his back. He wore a light gold robe and had a handsome face. There was a red mole between his eyebrows. His gaze landed lightly on them, but it gave them a terrifying pressure. It was as if they had been targeted by some ferocious star demon. Greetings, senior brother Zhua. The 7 got off the ferry boat and bowed to him. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that this guy's status was much higher than the disciples of the 7 Big Dipper Palace. Zunyan nodded his head slightly. His gaze swept past Ning Qi and the other Karma Realm cultivators before looking at the Tao Querying Realm cultivators. I am Zunyan, a direct disciple of the Mizar Palace. Today, I have been entrusted by the sect to be in charge of your trial. The first test is to test your physical strength. Those whose physical strength is not up to standard will be led out by these 7 junior brothers and sisters. Zunyan said calmly, "Physical body test?" Many people's expressions immediately became extremely ugly. There weren't many cultivators who would temper their bodies because the time they spent on their bodies was much more fruitless than normal cultivation. In their opinion, the power of their bodies was not as good as that of normal cultivation. He wasn't that strong. However, he didn't expect the first test to be the body. Among this batch of rookies, I wonder how many will remain. Dozens? I think 10 should be enough. In my batch, there were more than 8,000 people who wanted to join the sect, but in the end, only 7 remained. Not necessarily. Sometimes when the sect needs servant disciples, they will purposely relax the conditions. If that happens, at least a few hundred of these people can stay. Unknowingly, many cultivators had gathered around the square. Most of these cultivators were wearing green robes, and their auras were around the karma state. They were much weaker than the 7 Qixing Palace disciples, and they couldn't be compared to Zunyan. Aside from these green robes, there were even more cultivators wearing gray robes. Their cultivation levels were all below the fourth step. Gold robes, white robes, green robes, and gray robes. These 4 robes probably represent the 4 ranks of disciples. Zhuanyan's cultivation doesn't seem to be much weaker than Fengjiu's, and his aura is similar to Commander Giant God's, because the gold robes represent the true disciples, and the true disciples represent the rebirth realm. And those 7 disciples of the 7-star palace are all wearing white robes and are all at the fate realm. Are they core disciples? Ning Qi thought to himself. He couldn't help but become more serious. If he had to reach the fate realm to become a core disciple, then he wouldn't be able to complete the advancement task in a short period of time. After a moment of silence, Zhuanyan took out a wall from his interspatial ring. The wall was 10 feet tall and 60 feet wide. It wasn't a big deal in the square, but it was huge in front of Ning Qi and the others. The wall was golden, as if it was made of some special metal. It was full of bumps and hollows, with many marks left behind. This item is used to test your physical strength. The palace master of the Mizar Palace personally extracted the essence of a star and refined it. Although it doesn't have much power, it's so hard that it can withstand a full-strength strike from a fate state expert without breaking it. Zhuanyan introduced, then continued. As for you, you can only use your physical strength to leave some marks on the wall. I'll judge the strength of the marks to decide whether you can stay or leave. Was it able to withstand a full-strength strike from a fate state warrior? Everyone was startled. Greed flashed in many of their eyes. If they could hold the wall, wouldn't they be able to exchange a few blows with a fate realm warrior? So, who's going first? Zhuanyan chuckled. I'll go first. A deep voice was heard. Then a cultivator at the causality state walked to the wall. He looked similar to a human, but he had 2 dragon horns on his head. The dragon race is known for their strength. This guy must have a pure bloodline. This test shouldn't be difficult for him. The surrounding cultivators who had stopped to watch the battle sighed. Huh. Bang. The cultivator from the dragon race roared. He poured his strength into his arm and punched the wall. When he retracted his arm, everyone could see a clear fist mark on the wall. Physical armor. You've passed the first test. Stand aside. Zhuanyan nodded in satisfaction after seeing the fist mark. Physical armor? The cultivator from the dragon race was startled. He was not convinced. Brother, let me punch him again. How dare you? The female disciple of the Alcade Palace scolded. However, the cultivator from the dragon race was still stubborn. He was angry at the fact that he had received an A rating. Everyone only has one chance. You should know what will happen to you if you break the rules. Zhuanyan said calmly. Chapter 3454. Lower a grade is already very good. As long as he can get a lower C grade, he can pass the first trial. However, the Dragon Clan is very arrogant. It looks like he wants a higher A grade. Higher A grade? What a joke! Is it so easy to get a higher A grade? How many of the core disciples in the 7-star palaces were able to get a higher A grade when they first joined the sect? I can count them on one hand. The whispers in the surroundings immediately made the Dragon Clan cultivator happy. He could not help but reveal a smug look. As for the others who hadn't taken the test, their hearts felt heavy. Most of them didn't think they could get an A grade. Perhaps they couldn't even get AB grade, so they could only see if they could get a C grade. Only then would they have a chance to take the next trial. Zhuanyan asked, who's next? Zhuanyan asked. I'll go. The one who spoke was a black bear that gave off a powerful demonic aura. He walked up to the wall and slammed down with his palm. Bang! The earth seemed to shake and a clear palm print appeared on the wall. It was about half an inch deep. Compared to a wall that was 10 feet thick, half an inch deep was nothing. However, compared to the Dragon Clan cultivator, this black bear's strength was obviously a level higher. Lower A grade. Zhuanyan smiled and waved his hand. Seeing this, Black Bear walked over to the Dragon Clan cultivator with a smug expression. The Dragon Clan cultivator's face turned ugly. When he looked at Black Bear, there was a hint of defiance and provocation in their eyes. Another lower A grade. The quality this time is not bad. I hope there won't be any more. These A-grade disciples have a great chance of becoming inner sect disciples and competing with us for cultivation resources. Many disciples of the ancient Star Pavilion had subtle expressions. Where there were people, there would be competition. This was an unchanging truth since ancient times. Next, Zunyan spoke again. The third person to test his physical strength was also in the Karma realm. However, this time, he was only able to leave a faint mark on the wall. He was barely able to see anything. This karmic realm cultivator had wanted to snatch the jade token from the ninth spirit. Although he had not succeeded, he had continued to throw taunting glances at Ningqi. Now his face was ashen, and he stared blankly at Zunyan. Duan prayed that he could get a C or lower grade evaluation. If you don't pass, stand on the other side and wait. Once everyone has finished their tests, someone will bring you out. Zunyan said calmly, Senior brother, give me a chance. After all, physical strength is just a minor Dao. My cultivation is not weak. As long as I become a disciple of the ancient Star Pavilion, I won't let the sect lose face. The Karma realm cultivator hurriedly begged. Physical strength is a minor path? Zunyan smiled and swept his gaze across the crowd. Many of you must be thinking the same thing. Then let me tell you why the ancient Star Pavilion has to test your physical strength in the first round. Although our ancient star system pavilion isn't a sect that cultivates both internal and external cultivation, we absorb the power of the stars. The power of the stars is fierce and sharp. If you don't have a strong enough body, you will destroy your body at the beginning of cultivation. And the lowest cultivation method also requires you to have a C or lower grade physical body to have the ability to start cultivating. Zunyan smiled lightly. Do you understand now? Senior brother, I can start to train my physical body now. In 5 years, no, in 3 years, I will definitely reach the C or lower grade. The Karma realm cultivator was still unwilling. I told you to stand over there. Didn't you hear me? Zunyan frowned slightly. The female disciple from the Alcade Star Palace waved her hand, and the Karma realm cultivator flew uncontrollably into the air. Then he landed heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Who else wants to break the rules? She looked coldly at Ningqi and the rest. The crowd froze. No one dared to speak. Senior brother, you may continue. She bowed to Zunyan. Little Yi, you are still so impatient. Zunyan smiled lightly, then looked at Ningqi and the rest. Next, from this round, those who did not pass consciously stood on the other side, while those who passed stood beside the dragon race cultivators and the black bear. Very quickly, more than 2,000 people had been eliminated, and only 8 or 9 had passed, of which 3 or 4 were only at the early stage of the Dao querying realm. But the marks they left behind showed that they were at least C grade. Their flesh and blood, their flesh and power had already surpassed their cultivation level. Senior, I'm going. The ninth spirit mustered his courage and walked step by step towards the wall. He stood before it for a full 10 breaths of time, waiting for the crowd to grow impatient. Then, with a loud roar, he punched the wall. Ping! For small dents were left on the wall, caused by the joints of the ninth spirit's fist. C, or lower grade, pass. Zunyan said mildly. The ninth spirit was wild with joy. She stood beside the black bear and the rest. The Karma realm cultivator who had been eliminated first saw this, and his face darkened. Next, Zunyan said mildly. The next person to take the test was someone Ningqi was familiar with, the disciple of the Feng family, Feng Moran. It seemed that many cultivators knew of her identity, and even the 7 disciples of the Qixing Palace and Zunyan knew of Feng Moran's origins. Therefore, when she appeared, everyone's eyes changed. The Feng family was one of the 4 great emperor families of the human race, and was not much weaker than the archaic Star Pavilion. At the same time, there were many disciples of the great emperor families within the archaic Star Pavilion. In private, the disciples of the great emperor families worked together. In the archaic Star Pavilion, the identity of the great emperor families was a symbol. Zunyan smiled. "Miss Feng, please," as expected of a disciple of the Feng family. Hearing this, everyone was secretly envious. "Thank you, senior brother." Feng Mo cupped her hands and smiled. Then she stood before the wall. When she raised her hand, everyone saw that her arm suddenly burst into flames, and then her fist landed viciously on the wall. Ping! A clear fist mark appeared in front of everyone. B, or higher grade. Zunyan smiled. "Pass. Not fair." She clearly used other methods. The eliminated cultivators saw this, and their faces were instantly filled with horror. They did not expect Zunyan to open the back door for a disciple of the Feng family in front of so many people. This is the power of the Feng family's bloodline. It is also a kind of physical strength. It is the same principle as the strength of the dragon race. Zunyan said mildly. After saying this, he no longer cared about the group of eliminated cultivators. Next, hearing this, Ningqi smiled and walked out slowly. Chapter 3455. Feng Moran looked at Ningqi, her brows furrowed. She was sure that she had not seen this person before, but that sense of familiarity lingered in her heart. This person might have changed his appearance. I must have met him before. Feng Moran thought to herself, and a smile appeared in her eyes. Who could it be? In a few breaths of time, Ningqi had walked slowly to the impenetrable wall made from the essence of the stars. Seeing this, the 9th spirit's heart leapt, and she looked nervously at Ningqi. He must not pass. The Karma Realm cultivator who had been eliminated the earliest stared at Ningqi with a hint of hatred in his eyes. He cursed in his heart. If it wasn't for Ningqi, it was very likely that he would have obtained the qualification jade token. Now, in addition to what he already knew, now that he knew the contents of the first test, he would definitely pass the next time. Ningqi slowly raised his palm and gently placed it on the wall. Seeing this, everyone could not help but be taken aback. Even Zunyan looked at him in surprise. Has this kid given up? Just as they thought this, they saw Ningqi lower his palm, and then they saw a clear handprint on the wall, several inches deep. Hiss! It was not just the eliminated cultivators who gasped. Even the Dragon Tribe cultivators who had passed first were shocked by this scene. This kid's physical strength is quite strong. To leave such a deep handprint so easily, I have been in the sect for more than 200 years, and I still cannot do it. Could he be a body cultivator who specializes in body refinement? It's possible. Many of the surrounding inner and outer sect disciples looked at Ningqi in surprise. There was a hint of fear in their eyes. Only they knew how much advantage a body cultivator would have in the ancient Star Pavilion. A grade up. Zunyan smiled. He looked at the handprint and then at Ningqi. He nodded slightly. Not bad. Go stand beside them. Yes. Ningqi nodded lightly and walked to the 9th spirit's side. Senior, you are really too powerful. The 9th spirit looked at Ningqi with admiration. The cultivator from the Dragon Clan and the Black Bear from the Demon Clan glanced at Ningqi from the corner of their eyes. Their eyes were filled with fear. Although Zunyan had only said, not bad, they knew that it was only because Zunyan was a rebirth state expert. That's right, but to everyone else, it was already extremely terrifying. To be able to leave such a palm print so easily. What would happen if he used his full strength? He would only become stronger. Therefore, at this moment, the cultivators who had passed the first test all regarded Ningqi as the most threatening opponent. Very quickly, the first test was over. less than 20 people had passed, and the rest had been eliminated. Just the first test alone had eliminated 99% of the people. This meant that the ninth spirit and the others who had passed the first test had a lower cultivation level than them. He could not help but rejoice in his heart. He rejoiced that he had cultivated a body tempering technique. You can leave now, but remember, do not leak any information about this exam. I have my own ways to find out who leaks it to others. Zhuanyan looked indifferently at the dejected cultivators and said. With that, he glanced at the female disciple from the Alcade Star Palace. She understood and said coldly to the group of eliminated people, "All of you leave with me." Not long after, the eliminated people had all left. The next test will determine whether you stay or leave. Zhuanyan looked at Ning Qi and the rest. Suddenly, he waved his hand and jade scrolls flew out from his sleeve, floating in front of everyone. This is the lowest cultivation method of the ancient star system pavilion. If you can learn it within half a year, you can become an outer sect disciple. Zhuanyan smiled lightly. The lowest level cultivation technique of the ancient star pavilion? Everyone was taken aback, and then their expressions became strange. Senior brother, if you cannot master it within half a year. The one who asked was the cultivator from the Dragon Clan. If you cannot master it, it means that you are not suitable for the ancient star pavilion. Naturally, you cannot stay here. As for the cultivation techniques that you cultivate, I will personally erase them, including your memories of the cultivation techniques. Zhuanyan smiled. Hearing this, everyone's expression suddenly became a lot more serious, and their hearts were filled with anxiety. No one wanted to have their memories erased, even if these memories originally did not belong to them. After all, such a method would more or less harm their primordial spirit, and it was inevitable that there would be repercussions. Let's begin, Zhuanyan said lightly. With that, he sat down cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes. Seeing this, everyone reached out and took the jade scrolls in front of them. Not long after, Ning Qi and the rest sat down cross-legged and tried to cultivate the cultivation technique recorded in the jade scrolls. This cultivation technique has no name, only the method of cultivation. The chant is quite mysterious, and the level should not be low. This is only the lowest level cultivation technique of the ancient star pavilion. I'm afraid that the top cultivation technique is even stronger than my confining dragon elephant sacred art. Ning Qi thought to himself, and then completely immersed himself in the cultivation technique that he had just learned. 1 month later, the first to produce a strange phenomenon was the ninth spirit. A layer of hazy starlight suddenly appeared on her body, and from the void, a beam of light suddenly fell and enveloped the ninth spirit. This child can already absorb the power of the stars. It has only been a month, and he is only cultivating the basic cultivation technique. His talent is not bad, and he can be cultivated. Mizar Palace wants him. Zhuanyan looked at the ninth spirit and said, The disciples of the 7 great star palaces naturally had no objections. Every time there was an examination, the direct disciple in charge had such a right. However, they could only decide the ownership of one person, and the rest were chosen fairly. Fortunately, there are still many good seedlings left. Someone's gaze fell on Ning Qi, and there was a glimmer of anticipation in their eyes. The second to produce the phenomenon was Feng Mo Ran, the third was the Dragon Clan cultivator, and the fourth was the Demon Clan's Black Bear. Very quickly, half a year had passed. At this moment, only Ning Qi still did not make any movements. The others had already awakened and stood to the side waiting. What a pity! Although this child's physical strength is strong, he has not been able to absorb the power of the stars after so long. I'm afraid his physique is not suitable for our sect. Half a year is already the limit. Even if he barely passes, he can only become an outer sect disciple. It is unlikely that he will enter the inner sect in the short term. Originally, there were a few Star Palace disciples who had high hopes for Ning Qi, But at this moment, they looked at Ning-Chi with pity and a hint of coldness. TCH, so this person's talent is not good. The Dragon Clan cultivators looked at Ning-Chi with schadenfreude. They no longer saw Ning-Chi as a competitor. So what if his physical strength was strong? It was obvious that the second test would determine success or failure. The ninth spirit looked nervously at Ning-Chi. He hoped that Ning-Chi could pass the test and join him in the ancient star pavilion. After all, Ning-Chi was his benefactor. Without Ning-Chi, he would not have been able to keep his jade token. Senior brothers Wenyan, time is almost up. I think this examination can end now. The female disciple of Alcade Star Palace said. Chapter 3456. Ning-Chi's physical strength was extremely strong in the first test, and everyone thought highly of him. However, in the second test, Ning-Chi's performance was barely satisfactory. In fact, if he was unable to absorb the power of the stars after another day, he would be eliminated. The person who succeeded before him only took 5 months. At this moment, Ning-Chi, who was being stared at by everyone, was immersed in a boundless void. His primordial spirit was like a small boat in the sea of stars, constantly drifting in the starry sky. This is strange. A trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. Ever since Ning-Chi started cultivating the cultivation technique that Zunyan had given him, his primordial spirit had left his physical body and arrived in this starry sky. He was not sure if this starry sky was real or if it was an illusion created by his visualization. As for what Zunyan said, Ning-Chi had no idea how to absorb the power of the stars. In the past 6 months, I've been drifting in this starry sky for more than the time limit given by Zunyan. If I still can't absorb the power of the stars, I'll be eliminated. It'll be almost impossible for me to complete the system's mission. Ning-Chi's eyes turned solemn. If the system could advance, it would definitely be of great help to him. Therefore, this mission was more important than any of the missions he had experienced before. He did not want to fail. As he thought about this, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of him. Ning-Chi looked up and was instantly stunned. In front of him, there was an incomparably huge existence sitting cross-legged in the void. However, this existence was not human, nor was it a demon, nor was it a foreign race. It was formed by countless dazzling stars. During this period of time, Ning-Chi had seen countless stars, but none of them could compare to the brightness of the one in front of him. Before he even got close, Ning-Chi could feel a special aura rushing towards him, preventing his primordial spirit from moving forward. The power of the stars! This should be the power of the stars that Zunyan mentioned. Ning-Chi was a little shocked. Why would there be a giant formed by stars in his visualization? Based on his initial estimation, the range of these stars was at least comparable to a galaxy. A giant the size of a galaxy. How spectacular would that be? Although Ning-Chi had already seen it, he would still need a very long time to get close to it. All kinds of thoughts and speculations rose in Ning-Chi's heart. If this universe is fake, it means that this giant exists in my mind and was created by my imagination. However, I have never had such a memory before. Perhaps this memory belongs to that cultivation method? Could it be that the cultivation method that Zunyan gave me, when cultivated to the extreme, can condense a galaxy? The power contained in each of these stars was probably no less than that of a fifth-step cultivator. The power of so many stars gathered together might be comparable to that of a fifth-step cultivator. Emperor. Impossible! Ning-Chi overturned his conjecture. The cultivation method that Zunyan had given them was the lowest cultivation method in the ancient star system pavilion. Even if they cultivated it to completion, they wouldn't have the power of the great emperor. The ancient star system pavilion wouldn't make a low-level mistake and give the strongest cultivation method to a group that hadn't officially entered the sect yet. You are a cultivator. Just where did this giant come from? And why am I seeing it? Just as this thought rose in his mind, a special aura suddenly shot out from the giant formed from countless stars and fell on Ning Chi's body. In the next moment, the scenery around Ning Chi suddenly changed. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the white jade square. Success! The ninth spirit couldn't contain her joy. At the last moment, Ning Chi had successfully absorbed the power of the stars. Although it had taken him 6 months, he had at least passed the second test and could become a disciple of the ancient star system pavilion. This kid's luck is really good. He absorbed the power of the stars at the last moment. I thought he was going to be eliminated. What's the use? He used 6 months and has the lowest aptitude among them. Perhaps because of his physical strength, his cultivation speed can be the same as ordinary people, but later on his cultivation speed will become slower and slower. Perhaps the Fate Realm will be his end. In the future, he can become an inner sect disciple, but he can forget about becoming a core disciple. Not bad. This kid is no longer a threat. The dragon, cultivator, and the others looked at each other. Although they didn't speak, they could tell what they were thinking from the look in each other's eyes. The cultivator from the dragon tribe had lost his pride because Ning Chi's physical strength had reached the level of superior grade A. But now, he looked at Ning Chi with a hint of condescension in his eyes. You've all passed the second stage of the test. Now, it's time to choose your star palace. You can directly say which star palace you want to go to. If there's no star palace you want to go to, then let your senior brothers and sisters choose for you. Zunyan said lightly. Senior brother, I want to go to the Mizar Palace. Senior brother, I want to go to the Sky Spiral Palace. Senior brother, I. More than half of the people said they wanted to go to the Star Palace, but a small portion did not speak. Very quickly, everyone had their own destination. The ninth spirit was from the Mizar Palace. This had already been decided by Zunyan. And then Feng Moran also chose the Mizar Palace. And the dragon tribe cultivator, Longhung, also chose the Mizar Palace. The demon race's black bear was chosen by the Radiance Palace. In the end, everyone's eyes fell on Ning Chi. This was because from beginning to end, Ning Chi hadn't stated which star palace he wanted to go to, and the disciples of the 7-star palace had selectively ignored Ning Chi. Seeing Ning Chi's dazed expression, they could not help but show a trace of mockery in their eyes. In their view, Ning Chi was too ashamed to speak because his talent was too poor. In truth, after Ning Chi had woken up, his mind had been constantly recalling the giant formed from countless stars. With the ninth spirit's reminder, Ning Chi came back to his senses. In a few breaths of time, he already knew his current situation. Because his talent was too poor, this bunch of people did not want to choose him. Ning Chi laughed to himself. Only he knew that the reason he had spent half a year to absorb a sliver of stellar power was entirely because of the giant formed from countless stars. But this was good. He could keep a low profile and study. If he could understand the origins of that giant, he would most likely reap great benefits. You don't want him? Zunyan looked mildly at the 7 disciples of Qixing Palace. The 7 of them looked at each other and didn't speak. They looked at Ning Chi with even more ridicule in their eyes. Forget it. Come to my Radiant Jade Palace. The female disciple of Radiant Jade Palace said mildly. Chapter 3457. Senior Sister, how should I address you? On the way to the Alcade Star Palace, Black Bear of the demon race felt that he was the strongest of them all. He put on the air of a new senior brother and asked the female disciple in a rather disrespectful manner, Yi Buhui, when you officially enter the sect, you can call me Senior Sister Yi. Yi Buhui glanced at Black Bear of the demon clan indifferently. Yes, Senior Sister Yi. Black Bear of the demon clan seemed to sense the warning in Yi Buhui's eyes, so he immediately stopped smiling. After a few words, Yi Buhui returned to the cabin of the ferry boat, while Ning Chi and the others stayed on the deck. This time, there were 4 people entering the Alcade Star Palace. Black Bear of the demon clan was invited by Yi Buhui, and the other two chose the Alcade Star Palace on their own. Only Ning Chi was from the human clan, while the other three were from the demon clan, the fairy clan, and the rock clan. Boy from the human clan, what's your name? My name is Xiong. You can call me Senior Brother Xiong. Black Bear suddenly looked at Ning Chi and said with a smile, the one from the fairy clan was a female cultivator, while the one from the rock clan was a young man with a cold expression. After the two of them heard Black Bear's words, their gazes also fell on Ning Chi. Unlike Black Bear, they were only cultivators at the exceptional attainment of the Tao-seeking realm. Although Ning Chi's aptitude was extremely poor, and he was reluctantly taken to the Alcade Star Palace by Yi Buhui, they could not make fun of him now. Unexpectedly, Ning Chi did not even lift his eyelids. He sat cross-legged, as if he had already entered meditation. You're arrogant. Xiong Lai sneered. He glanced at the cabin where Yi Buhui was, and snorted at Ning Chi again. When we officially enter the ancient Star Pavilion, I will find you again to ask for advice. After saying this, he looked at the female cultivator from the fairy clan and the young man from the rock clan. Seeing this, the two of them did not dare to look at Xiong Lai. They lowered their heads, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. Not long after, the ferry boat gradually slowed down. When everyone noticed this, they stood up and walked to the front of the deck. In their field of vision, there was a continuous stretch of buildings. We're here. This is the Alcade Star Palace, the place where you will cultivate in the future. Yi Buhui quietly appeared in front of the crowd and said calmly. In the next moment, the immortal vessel descended directly and appeared within an extremely enormous courtyard. There were many gray-robed outer court disciples in the courtyard, and they instantly revealed respectful expressions when they saw the immortal vessel and stopped everything they were doing. He looked over. Welcome, Senior Sister Yi. What can I do for you? A middle-aged practitioner came from the air and landed in front of Yi Buhui, asking with a smile. These three will be disciples of your outer sect in the future. As for the rules, teach them well. Yi Buhui pointed at Ning Chi, the female cultivator of the fairy clan, and the young man of the rock clan. Senior Sister Yi, don't worry. I will teach them the rules of this place. The middle-aged cultivator smiled and nodded. Yes. Yi Buhui nodded lightly and then returned to the ferry boat, disappearing with Xiong Lai. Seeing this, the female cultivator of the fairy clan and the young man of the rock clan could not help but look disappointed. The other party's actions were very obvious. The two of them were obviously not favored, and Xiong Lai had only used 1.5 months to absorb the power of the stars. He was slightly inferior to the ninth spirit, but much stronger than the others. He had been taken away alone. It was very likely that he would enter the sect as an inner sect disciple. Thinking of this, the two of them subconsciously looked at Ning Chi and felt much better. They were at the great completion of the Tao querying realm, and it did not matter if they started as outer sect disciples. But Ning Chi was a karma realm cultivator, and now he had become an outer sect disciple with them. Clearly, he was worse off than them. Why is this guy so expressionless from start to finish? It seems that becoming an outer sect disciple doesn't matter. If it were me, I would definitely fight for it. After all, I am in the karma realm. The young man of the rock clan thought to himself, what are the names of the three of you? The middle-aged cultivator's words interrupted the thoughts of the young man of the rock clan. Senior brother, my name is Peng Wushuang. Senior brother, my name is DC Na. Ning Chi. Compared to the two's respect, Ning Chi's nonchalant attitude made the middle-aged cultivator's eyes flash with displeasure. When he sensed that Ning Chi was in the karma realm, his eyes gradually revealed a hint of mockery. Junior brother Ning, you are a karma realm cultivator. Logically, you should be able to directly become an inner sect disciple like me. Why did senior sister Yi arrange for you to be an outer sect disciple in the outer sect court that I am in charge of? The middle-aged cultivator smiled mildly. Ningqi said mildly, I don't know. Whatever senior sister Yi arranges, I will do. Kiki, you don't know? I think your results in the second test were too poor, and your sensitivity to the power of the stars is inferior to everyone else, right? The middle-aged cultivator laughed. Peng Wuxuang and D.C. Na heard this, and their expressions turned strange. Perhaps, Ning Qi said mildly. Humph. Seeing Ning Qi's nonchalant expression, the middle-aged cultivator let out a cold snort in his heart. He coldly looked at Ning Qi and then at Peng Wuxuang and D.C. Na. Listen up, in the Yaoguang Star Palace, there are many outer sect courtyards like this. Each outer sect courtyard is managed by an inner sect disciple who is responsible for teaching you the basics of cultivation. The rules of the ancient star system pavilion are very simple. You can't offend your superiors. You are outer sect disciples, so you must be respectful when you meet an inner sect disciple. As for the core disciples, from now on, you won't have many chances to see them. But keep your eyes open for me. Whoever offends a core disciple will have to atone for their crimes with their own lives. After pausing for a bit, he continued, as for cultivation methods and resources, because you are outer sect disciples, you can only rely on yourself. You have already cultivated the first layer of the foundation cultivation method. If you want the second layer, you can use 20 contribution points. If it's worth it, come here to exchange for it. As for where you'll live, you can choose. With that, the middle-aged cultivator turned around and left. However, halfway through, he stopped and coldly looked at Ning Qi's group. My name is Zhang Jingtao, and I'm the boss here. Don't cause any trouble for me, or else I'll send you to the star prison for a while. Go. After Zhang Jingtao left, Peng Wuxuang and D.C. Na looked at each other and then at Ning Qi. Senior brother Ning, the three of us entered the ancient star system pavilion on the same day, so we naturally have to take care of each other. What do you think? D.C. Na asked. You guys can find your own places to live. Chapter 3458. This person's talent isn't good, but he's quite arrogant. Although we are only cultivators of the celestial palace, we're now outer sect disciples of the ancient star system pavilion. It won't be long before we catch up to him. D.C. Na, how about the two of us stay in the same room? Peng Wuxuang looked at Ning Qi's back and let out a cold snort. Then he looked at D.C. Na and his eyes lit up. There are 2 empty rooms over there, one for each of us. D.C. Na pointed in a direction and smiled. When Peng Wuxuang heard this, there was some disappointment in the depths of his eyes, but he still nodded and walked towards the 2 houses with D.C. Na. But almost at the same time, when the 3 of them arrived at the houses they had chosen, they were stopped by several figures. Senior brothers, what are you doing? Peng Wuxuang's eyes lit up. He looked at the cultivators of the celestial palace, whose cultivation level was similar to his, and vaguely sensed their purpose. You are all newcomers, so senior brother Zhang Jingtao has already taught you the general rules. However, there are some rules that newcomers like you should follow. Senior brother Zhang Jingtao doesn't want to talk about such trivial matters, so let me tell you. The cultivator who spoke smiled and his gaze lingered on D.C. Na for a while. The elf clan, regardless of gender, had a special temperament that was extremely attractive to the opposite sex. My name is Pharaoh, and I'm from the Heavenly Dog clan. I'm one of the top 5 outer sect disciples of Astral 93, and also one of the most experienced. Lady, you're from the elf clan, right? How should I address you? Pharaoh looked at D.S.N.A. with a smile and said, D.C. Na. D.C. Na smiled. Oh, what a beautiful name. Pharaoh smiled. The cultivators of the immortal palace who were with him had a strange smile on their faces when they heard this. Peng Wuxuang frowned. What do you want? Pharaoh looked at Peng Wuxuang and smiled. Nothing much. I just want to tell you to remember to follow the rules of the newcomers. During these 10 years, You have to give me 30% of all the contribution points you obtain, and I will keep you safe. You will stay in Astral, 93. 30% contribution points? Peng Wuxuang and DC Na were shocked. Yes, 30%. His gaze then landed on DC Na, and a hint of ambiguity flashed in his eyes. Of course, junior sister DC Na is so beautiful, so I can give you a little less. Why? Why should we give you 30% of our contribution points? If senior brother Zhang Jingtao finds out about what you've done, be careful of the sex punishment. Peng Wuxuang's deep voice was filled with rage. Punishment? He, Pharaoh, and the other Immortal Palace cultivators laughed. Sina and Peng Wuxuang could hear the ridicule in their laughter. Their hearts sank slightly. Since the other party was so unbridled, it was very likely that Zhang Jingtao had tacitly approved of this. In that case, did they really have to hand over 30% of their future contribution points? Brat, I advise you to be tactful. Senior brother Fu Luo has a wide circle of friends in the outer court, and even the inner court disciples have to give him some face. You won't have a good ending if you go against him. An Immortal Palace cultivator next to Philo sneered. How long will it take? Sina said in a deep voice. Sina, we, Peng Wuxuang looked at Sina in surprise. He still wanted to argue. 30% of their contribution points was simply blood-sucking. We're alone now, so there's no need to fight them head-on. After some time, we'll contact our senior and junior brothers who entered this place with us, and the situation will be very different. For now, let's endure it for now. Sina transmitted her voice calmly. Haha, junior sister, you're sensible. It won't take long, just 10 years. After 10 years, you won't be considered newcomers anymore. Pharaoh smiled. 10 years. The two of them looked at each other and nodded slightly. 10 years was not too long, and they probably wouldn't be able to earn much contribution points. It was completely acceptable. All right, we agree. Sina nodded. Brat, learn from junior sister. Junior sister looks more manly than you. Pharaoh smiled at Peng Wuxuang. A trace of anger flashed in Peng Wuxuang's eyes. Just as he was about to speak, a figure suddenly sped over and landed heavily in front of everyone with a bang. What's going on? Pharaoh and the rest raised their heads abruptly and saw another figure flying through the air and landing heavily on the ground. Then there was a third figure. All three of them were cultivators from the Immortal Palace. But at this moment, they had suffered severe internal injuries, and there were bits of flesh at the corners of their mouths. Blood was seeping out, and it was obvious that their internal organs had been shattered. Not far away, Ning Qi glanced at Philo and the others indifferently, then looked at the surrounding outer court disciples who were looking at him with terrified gazes. After that, he slowly walked into the room and closed the door with a bang. Who is he? A trace of fear flashed in Pharaoh's eyes as his voice turned extremely cold. Senior brother Pharaoh, this person is a Karma Realm cultivator. We've kicked an iron plate this time. Why would a Karma Realm cultivator become an outer sect disciple? Shouldn't he be in the inner sect? One of the cultivators who was severely injured by Ning Qi stood up with difficulty and stared in Ning Qi's direction with lingering fear. Tell me, where did this person come from? Why did he come to Astral 93 with you guys? Pharaoh looked at Peng Wuxuang and the other person and said coldly. He had originally thought that the three of them were Dao querying cultivators, but Ning Qi's cultivation level had exceeded his expectations. Karma Realm. For such a person to appear in Astral 93, it was highly possible that he could threaten his current position. He is indeed a Karma Realm cultivator, but his results in the second round of the test were just passable. He took half a year to absorb the power of the stars. Hence, senior brothers Wenyan and senior sister Yuzbuhe don't have high hopes for him. Peng Wuxuang said, he took half a year to absorb the power of the stars? Ha ha ha. I thought that a big shot had come to Astral 93, but it turned out to be a piece of trash. With such aptitude, I'm afraid he will be stuck at the karma realm for the rest of his life. The fear in Pharaoh's eyes lessened significantly. Senior brother Pharaoh, even so, we aren't his match now. Someone reminded. This person doesn't know the rules. I'll get senior brother Zhang to step in and see if he still dares to do anything. Pharaoh snorted coldly and then looked at DC Na and the other person. Remember the rules. Don't forget them. With that, he took another deep look at Ning Chi's house and then left with his subordinates. DC Na, are we really going to hand over 30% of our contribution points to him? Peng Wushuang frowned. Maybe not. DC Na suddenly smiled. What do you mean? Peng Wushuang asked hurriedly. A hint of disdain flashed in DC Na's eyes. She smiled and pointed at Ning Chi's house. Even if the sky falls, there will be someone to hold it up. If senior brother Pharaoh focuses all his energy on him, do you think he will have time to pay attention to us? Chapter 3459. After Ning Chi entered the house, he discovered that it was a very simple and crude secret chamber. There was a fluctuation of magic power on the door. This couldn't prevent others from entering, but it could warn them before they entered. There shouldn't be any monitoring array formation here. After a long time, Ning Chi used his divine sense to search every corner of the house. After determining that there was no monitoring array formation, his thoughts flickered and he disappeared from where he stood. Top cultivation training field. Ning Chi sat cross-legged, once again cultivating the first level of the basic cultivation method that Zun Yan had given him. Just like before, he entered the boundless universe. So it's like this. Ning Chi was overjoyed, just as he had guessed. As long as he cultivated this cultivation method, he could enter this universe that he didn't even know existed. Another half a year passed by. As he floated about, Ning Chi once again saw the star giant in the distant starry sky. The stars were so bright that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. They gathered together, exuding a majestic aura, like a god that had existed since ancient times, overlooking all living beings. Not waiting for Ning Chi to observe for a few more seconds, the star giant shot out another beam of power that fell on Ning Chi. In the next moment, Ning Chi was driven out of this universe. This is the feeling. After Ning Chi opened his eyes, not only was he not disappointed, but he was pleasantly surprised. The power that the star giant shot into his body was constantly tempering his mortal body. This effect was many times better than demonic energy. If someone were to tell him that the demon race's body tempering technique was the strongest, Ning Chi might slap them right now. The body tempering strength of the power of the stars was many times stronger than that of demonic energy. From the beginning of the second test until now, Ning Chi had obtained a total of 2 wisps of the star giant's power. His mortal body had improved by at least 2%. For Ning Chi, whose physical body was about to be cultivated to the extreme, this kind of improvement was already very terrifying. As long as he absorbed more than 90 strands of star power from the star giant, his basic physical strength could double. If he opened the star giant, if he opened the 9 inner hidden gates, the increase in strength would be even more terrifying. Several hours later, Ning Chi had completely absorbed the power of the stars. Every cell in his body had become extremely active. Just a wisp of the power of the stars has such an effect. If I can last a few breaths in front of it, the effect will be even stronger. If I completely absorb this star giant, then my strength. Thinking about this, Ning Chi couldn't help but let out a sigh. Even if he didn't complete the system's advancement mission, he had made the right decision to come to the ancient star pavilion. He had inadvertently obtained such an opportunity. The only thing he needed to consider was the origin of this opportunity. Only when he knew how and why this lucky chance appeared could Ning Chi truly feel relieved. Otherwise, he would always feel a little uneasy. However, I can't let go if there is an opportunity. I can. Ning Qi smiled and began to cultivate the basic cultivation technique that Zunyan had given him. Every time, it would take him half a year to see the star giant. After seeing it, he would immediately be chased out by a strand of star power. Then he would use that strand of star power to refine his body. Senior Brother Zhang, it's here. That newcomer chose this house, and I've sent people to keep an eye on it. After he entered the house, he still hasn't left. Senior Brother Zhang, please help me teach him a lesson and let him know the rules that newcomers should follow. Philo stood respectfully beside Zhang Jingtao. His lackeys also had respectful expressions on their faces, not daring to make a sound. Not far away, Di Sina and Peng Wushuang couldn't help but look at each other when they saw that Philo had invited Zhang Jingtao over. A trace of lingering fear flashed in their eyes. If they hadn't submitted earlier, even if Philo couldn't do anything to them, as long as an inner disciple like Zhang Jingtao made a move, the two of them would definitely have suffered. I wonder if that guy will admit defeat, Peng Wushuang whispered. It's best if we don't. This way he can attract all the attention for us, and we can keep a low profile. DC Na shook her head and transmitted her voice. At the same time, Zhang Jingtao gently pushed open the door and led Philo and the rest in. However, the room was empty, and there was no sign of Ning Qi. Didn't you say he's in here? Zhang Jingtao frowned. Yes, he's in here. Philo was startled and subconsciously looked at his subordinates. Innocent expressions appeared on the faces of his subordinates as they expressed that they had been following him all this time and had never left. Hee, how can you trifling Celestial Palace cultivators understand the methods of a Karma Realm cultivator? Even if he wants to leave, you guys won't notice. Zhang Jingtao sneered and looked at Philo. I think we can forget about this newcomer. His cultivation might not be weaker than mine. He was thrown here by Senior Sister, only because his physique isn't suitable for our ancient star system pavilion. It's best if you don't get along with him. It's best if you guys don't interfere with him. I'm very busy, so don't call me if there's nothing urgent. With that, Zhang Jingtao turned around and left. Philo's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. Senior Brother Philo, even Senior Brother Zhang, doesn't plan to deal with this person. How about we stop? After all, he is a Karma Realm cultivator, and his cultivation is higher than ours. I'm afraid our qualifications are not worth mentioning in his eyes. One of Philo's lackeys whispered. Stop? Impossible. A new country bumpkin doesn't even give me face. How can I let him go so easily? If that's the case, not only will I lose face in Astral 93, how will the other outer sects look at me? How will they look at you guys? Philo said with a ruthless expression. Then what should we do? Is there only one Karma Realm cultivator among the outer sect disciples of Astral 93? Philo sneered and his eyes flickered. Senior Brother Philo, are you talking about that monster? Philo's lackeys looked at each other and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. It was as if they had thought of something that terrified them. That's right. That monster has been in Astral 93 for so many years and is even more experienced than Senior Brother Zhang. However, he seems to have offended a core disciple and has never been promoted to an inner sect disciple. However, I know that his cultivation is already at the peak of the Karma Realm. He's at the consummate stage of the Karma Realm. He can definitely deal with that kid. Philo sneered. But how can we make that monster attack? We need to think about this. If you guys have any suggestions, tell me immediately. Chapter 3460. Unknowingly, several months had passed since Ning Qi entered the ancient star pavilion. Where did that guy go during this period of time? When Peng Wushuang and Di Sina passed by Ning Qi's room, they couldn't help but stop. It had been a long time since they had seen Ning Qi. Moreover, they knew that Philo had secretly used many connections to search for Ning Qi. However, there was no news of Ning Qi within the Alcade Star Palace's territory. It was as if he had evaporated. Peng Wushuang, do you think he secretly took a mission and went out to avoid the limelight? DC Na frowned. That's a possibility, but I heard that Philo went to the mission hall and asked about it. Ningqi didn't go there at all, and he's a disciple of the Alcade Star Palace. He can't accept missions from other star palaces. I think he might be looking for a place to hide. I think he's looking for a place to hide. Peng Wuxuang said, Since that's the case, there's no need to worry about it. Have you noticed that when you cultivate the foundation cultivation method to a high level, not only can it refine the body, but it can also increase our cultivation speed? You noticed it too? Peng Wuxuang was startled. He thought that he was the only one who felt this. He didn't expect DC Na to feel it too. Was this the reason why the ancient star pavilion was so powerful? The power of the stars could improve a person's aptitude? Let's go and earn some contribution points to exchange for the second level of the foundation cultivation method. I heard that Senior Brother Xiong Lai has been promoted to an inner disciple and can view the first 3 levels for free. There was a hint of envy in DC Na's voice. It's nothing. He's already at the Karma realm. As long as we work hard and reach the Karma realm, we can also become inner disciples. Peng Wuxuang's eyes narrowed. After that, Ningqi didn't appear for a long time. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. During these 10 years, Peng Wuxuang and DC Na finally didn't have to pay protection fees anymore. They had earned enough contribution points to exchange for the second level of the foundation technique. As for Philo, he had broken through to the Karma realm and been promoted to an inner disciple, so he no longer stayed in Astral 93. As for Ningqi, who had only appeared for 1 day and then disappeared for 10 years, aside from Peng Wuxuang and DC Na, who would occasionally mention him, everyone else had basically forgotten about him. At first, some people even suspected that Philo had sent someone to secretly suppress Ningqi. Philo did not explain or acknowledge the rumors. Hang in there. Ningqi glared at the astral giant in front of him, resisting with great difficulty. In less than a breath of time, Ningqi felt as if countless years had passed. Finally, his vision turned black, and he left this part of the universe. When he opened his eyes again, he had already returned to in the top-notch cultivation training ground. His entire body was drenched in sweat. The power of the stars constantly flowed into his cells. His cells seemed to be boiling, constantly being tempered by the power of the stars. 2 breaths. I finally held on for 2 breaths of time. A smile appeared on Ningqi's pale face. He had stayed in the top-notch cultivation training ground for more than 3,600 years. He had seen the astral giant more than 7,200 times, and his basic physical strength had increased by more than 70 times. If he opened the 9 inner hidden gates, Ningqi wasn't sure that he could withstand a single punch from the astral giant. He wouldn't be able to blow up a heaven's mandate realm existence. But after spending so much time and so much sweat, he was finally able to hold on for 1 more breath of time in front of the astral giant. The benefits he obtained were also obvious. He was able to absorb 3 or 4 wisps of astral power from the astral giant in one go. Ningqi had already determined that this astral power was completely different from the astral power that others could absorb. In terms of effect, this astral power far surpassed theirs. Even a true disciple, like Zunyan, couldn't compare with Ningqi's astral power. Under the tempering of the astral power, there is no bottleneck in my physical strength. It seems as if there is no end. If I continue to use the astral power to temper my body, I wonder just how strong my physical body will become. Ningqi couldn't get rid of this idea no matter what. He wanted to know if the astral power could endlessly strengthen his physical body. One day, Zhang Jingtao suddenly appeared in Astral 93. All of you, listen up. In 10 days, the outer sect of Mizar Palace will come to Alcade Star Palace to challenge them. When that time comes, all of you will have to fight. Remember, don't embarrass Astral 93. Also, I heard that the bet between the 2 palace masters is not small. If anyone performs poorly, the palace master will remember them. What? The outer court of Mizar Palace wants to challenge us? Are they going to challenge Astral 93 by name? If that's the case, then we must teach them a lesson so that they know that we're not pushovers that they can squash at will. Brother Zhang. Peng Wushuang walked up to Zhang Jingtao and respectfully asked, Brother Zhang, will all the outer court disciples come on stage? Zhang Jingtao glanced at him, then looked at DC Na, who was behind him, and said with a faint smile, all the disciples from the outer sect will go up. When the time comes, not only will the core disciples of our Alcade Star Palace come to watch, but even the true disciples and the chief disciples will come. You all will have a very small chance of seeing the true faces of the two palace masters. Chief head disciples. Hearing this, everyone's eyes flashed with a hint of shock. Everyone knew that the palace master and deputy palace master were all fifth-step cultivators. In the ancient star system pavilion, the ones with a lower status than them were the elders of the halls under the jurisdiction of the star palaces, such as the elders in charge of the alchemy rooms and the elders in charge of the missions hall. The cultivation of these elders was also at the fifth step. However, they were much weaker than the palace master and deputy palace master. A star palace, including the palace master and deputy palace master, only had 8 or 9 fifth-step cultivators. Some of the weaker star palaces might only have 5 or 6 fifth-step cultivators, while the stronger ones, such as Mizar Palace, had more than a dozen fifth-step cultivators. However, although these existences were enough to make the disciples of the star palaces revere them, only the chief head disciples of the star palaces could make them worship and respect them from the bottom of their hearts. The 7 star palaces only had 7 chief head disciples, and each of them was the direct disciple of their respective palace master. Their cultivation had also reached the 5th step. They were no weaker than the elders of the halls. Even if the true disciples saw them, they would have to kneel down and not overstep their boundaries. This was because these chief head disciples were trained with the goal of the next palace master in mind. As long as they didn't die, they would be able to take over the position of the previous palace master and become one of the 7 giants of the ancient star system pavilion. Chapter 3461. Just an outer court competition. Zhang Jingtao looked at Peng Wushuang with a smile that wasn't a smile. You've only joined the ancient star pavilion for less than 100 years, so you naturally don't know much about the outer sect competition. Although it's called the outer sect competition, it's actually a competition between our 2 star palaces for the next 100 years. Could it be that the medicinal pills you took appeared out of thin air? All of this was obtained by competing in the outer sect again and again from the other star palaces. Our ancient star system pavilion is not a place for idle people. If you don't have the heart to improve, then don't even think about it. There is no future to speak of here. A game of resource allocation? Peng Wushuang and DC Na exchanged glances and finally understood why a mere outer court competition would be so important. Senior Brother Zhang, there is one thing I still don't understand. There should be some Karma Realm cultivators in the outer courtyard of the various astral palaces. Because they haven't been promoted to inner disciples, they are still outer disciples. How could the cultivators of the immortal palace be a match for them? Peng Wushuang said, Don't worry, they'll be placed together and won't meet you. All you need to do is think about how to suppress the outer sect disciples of the Mizar Palace. If you perform outstandingly, perhaps you'll catch the attention of the higher-ups, and you'll rise to the top. Zhang Jingtao smiled faintly. When everyone heard this, a trace of excitement flashed in their eyes. What Zhang Jingtao said was right. This time, if the big shots came to watch the battle, it was indeed a rare opportunity. As long as they performed well, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't be noticed by the higher-ups. If he were to personally accept them as disciples, then their status would be far beyond that of an inner disciple. At the very least, they would be core disciples. Unfortunately, the chances of such a thing happening were too low. Those who were outstanding already had a place to belong when they first entered the sect. Those who were able to be thrown into the outer court were not looked upon favorably in the first place. It was extremely difficult to make use of this to gain the attention of the higher-ups. Suddenly, a figure sped over from afar. When this figure landed in Astral 93, all the outer sect disciples stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Senior Brother Philo." "Junior Brother Philo, why are you here today?" Zhang Jingtao's eyes flickered a few times as he stepped forward with a smile. At this moment, Philo's body was filled with the aura of the causality realm. Although he was only at the initial stage of the causality realm, and his cultivation was a stage lower than Zhang Jingtao's, both of them were inner core disciples, and their statuses were equal. Philo smiled. "I heard that the outer court competition is about to begin, so I came back to take a look. After all, I came from Astral 93, so how could I forget my roots?" As he spoke, his eyes swept across the crowd and finally landed on the house where Ning Qi used to live. "I remember there was a very arrogant newcomer more than 90 years ago. Could it be that there's still no trace of him until now?" Peng Wushuang and D.C. Na looked at each other. They knew who Pharaoh was referring to, but even more people had doubtful looks in their eyes. After thinking hard, they vaguely remembered a figure, but they couldn't remember what that person looked like. It was clear. "Junior Brother Philo, do you still remember that guy?" While Junior Brother was in seclusion, Senior Sister Yi came over again. I have already informed her of this matter. Afterwards, she treated this person as a traitor of the sect and dealt with him. The information has already entered our Alcade. His information has already entered our Alcade Palace's Law Enforcement Hall. When the Law Enforcement Hall cultivators discover him in the future, they will naturally capture him. There's no need for Junior Brother to worry about him. Zhang Jingtao smiled. He's been dealt with as a traitor of the sect? Ha ha ha. Good, this news is really satisfying. Philo was pleasantly surprised, and then he laughed a few times. He left some pills for his lackeys before casually bowing to Zhang Jingtao and leaving. As soon as he left, the smile in Zhang Jingtao's eyes disappeared, and what replaced it was a cold look. "Prepare yourselves for the next 10 days. Don't run around. I'll bring you to the Sky Observation Pavilion when the time comes," Zhang Jingtao calmly instructed before turning around and leaving. Everyone looked at each other and saw the fiery fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Everyone rubbed their palms together and returned to their rooms. They planned to use the next few days to reach their peak condition and try their best to compete in the outer court competition. Stand out. On the other side, after Zhang Jingtao left, he did not leave Astral 93. Instead, he went to a secluded area. There, a small house stood all alone. "Junior Brother Mo Xia, this year's outer court competition is starting again. Shouldn't you prepare yourself and come with me to meet the core disciples first to see how they'll arrange you this time?" Although Zhang Jingtao addressed Mo Xia as Junior Brother, there was a trace of seriousness and fear in his tone. It was obvious that he didn't have much confidence in the existence in the house. "I won't be participating this year." After a while, an indifferent reply came from the house. "You won't be participating?" Zhang Jingtao was stunned for a moment. Then he said with an ugly expression, "You're the only Karma Realm cultivator in our outer court. If you don't participate, Courtyard 93 will definitely be at the bottom. In the future, the cultivation resources we'll receive will be reduced by 50%. What does that have to do with me? What does that have to do with me?" Zhang Jingtao nearly choked on his words. His complexion fluctuated a few times. Then he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Junior Brother Mo Xia, don't you want the burning karma fruit? I heard that the burning karma fruit is part of the bet between the two palace lords. If you perform well now, perhaps." Before he finished speaking, a figure opened the door and walked out. Zhang Jingtao's expression changed when he saw this, but he immediately smiled and went to greet him. This was a man with an extremely ugly face. His face was covered with black, bulging scars that were like mountain ranges crisscrossing across his face. If Ning Qi was here, he would definitely recognize this was immortal Lord Mo Xia, who had been hunted by the Hanbei demon emperor. But now, Mo Xia's aura was completely different from before. There was a trace of demonic intent in his cold aura. His cultivation had also far surpassed the immortal Lord realm. He had even crossed the third step and was at the peak of the Karma realm, comparable to Ning Qi. Is what you just said true? Mo Xia asked calmly, feeling the terrifying aura from Mo Xia. Zhang Jingtao forced a smile. Of course it's true. Why would I dare to lie to you, junior brother? Damn pervert. Chapter 3462. Okay, I'll participate in the outer yard competition. Mo Xia nodded indifferently, then turned around and went back into the house. How arrogant. No wonder he was demoted to an outer disciple. Zhang Jingtao snorted and left with a smile on his face. Since Mo Xia had agreed to participate in the outer yard competition, his task was over. All he had to do now was wait for the good news. Although Zhang Jingtao didn't expect Astral 93 to stand out in the outer yard competition, it was enough as long as they weren't at the bottom, the top cultivation training ground. Ning Qi had forgotten the concept of time. He was immersed in the joy of his body's continuous growth. Every time he absorbed a strand of astral power from the star giant, his physical strength would increase slightly. Day after day, year after year, Ning Qi's basic physical strength had been improved hundreds of times over the past year. However, the astral power he absorbed over the past year could no longer refine his body. Maybe only by getting closer to it and absorbing a few more strands of astral power can I improve my body. Ning Qi looked at the star giant in the distance. After absorbing 7 or 8 strands of astral power for 4 seconds, he was kicked out of the universe. 2 hours later, Ning Qi had completely absorbed the astral power from the star giant, but his body still hadn't improved. He had obviously reached a bottleneck. How can I get closer to the star giant and absorb more astral power? A pensive look flashed across his eyes. After a while, Ning Qi slowly stood up. With a thought, he left the top cultivation training ground and returned to the outer court that he hadn't been to for a long time. He might be able to get closer to the star giant if he was at the fate state, but it was obvious that it was impossible to reach the fate state in a short period of time. He had to find another way. Ning Qi remembered that he had only seen the star giant when he cultivated the first level of the ancient star pavilion's basic cultivation method. He wondered if he could absorb more astral power from the star giant if he obtained the second or third level of the cultivation method. Power? He gently pushed the door open and happened to meet an outer disciple who was passing by. The disciple was stunned when he saw Ning Qi. Who are you? Why have I never seen you in Astral 93? The man stopped in front of Ning Qi and frowned. Maybe I don't go out often. Ning Qi smiled. Do you know where I can exchange for the second layer of the basic cultivation technique? The Hidden Star Palace requires 20 contribution points. Don't you know that? The other party was taken aback. How do I get to the Hidden Star Hall? Get out of here, then. Thank you. After obtaining the exact location, Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands, then quickly left Astral 93. Along the way, he encountered a few outer sect disciples, but they didn't pay much attention to him. They all seemed to be in a hurry. After all, they were about to face the Mizar Palace in the outer sect. All the outer sect disciples of the Alcade Star Palace were doing their best to adjust themselves to peak condition before the competition. Strange, who is that guy? Why haven't I seen him before? After Ning Qi left, the outer sect disciple finally reacted and left while muttering to himself. 20 contribution points. I wonder how many origin stones they are worth. Following the route pointed out by the outer court disciple, Ning Qi soon saw a huge building that was over 100 stories high, standing on a mountain range. There was a huge plaque hanging at the bottom of the huge building. There were 3 big words carved on it: Hidden Star Palace. The entrance of the Hidden Star Palace was bustling with people. Many cultivators were constantly coming in and out. Most of them were odd job disciples dressed in hemp garments. There were also many gray-robed outer sect disciples mixed among them. Even a few green-robed inner sect disciples could be seen. However, they were rare. Ning Qi observed for a while and didn't see a single person. "Junior brother, let me ask you something." Ning Qi reached out and stopped a handyman disciple. "Senior brother, please speak." The moment the other party saw Ning Qi's gray robe, he immediately said respectfully, "What's the exchange rate for origin stones?" Ning Qi smiled. Origin stones were also something that 4th step cultivators needed. The ancient star pavilion was huge, so many people would definitely exchange origin stones for contribution points in private to exchange for cultivation techniques in the ancient star pavilion. As expected, Ning Qi had guessed correctly. The odd job disciple was stunned for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Senior apprentice brother, the latest price is 200 to 1. 200 origin stones in exchange for 1 contribution point. Some time ago, we only needed about 180 origin stones, but recently our Alcade Star Palace and Mizar Palace are going to have an outer sect competition. No one knows if we can win this time. If we lose, our future cultivation resources will be a lot less, and there are many cultivation resources in the Hidden Star Palace that can't be exchanged for origin stones. The price has risen quite a bit. 200 to 1. That's 4,000 origin stones to exchange for the second layer. This price is comparable to a very ordinary rank 1 spirit treasure." Ning Qi's eyes lit up, and he was surprised by the price of the foundation cultivation method. He deduced that if the ancient star system pavilion wasn't deliberately scamming people, then they must have thought that this foundation cultivation method was worth the price if they exchanged for all the later layers. "Senior brother, are you running out of contribution points?" "I still have some, but although the price is 200 to 1, there's no market for it. Many people won't take it out to exchange, so the price might be a bit higher. If senior brother needs it, I'll exchange it for you." The odd job disciple's eyes lit up, and he whispered, "How many contribution points do you have?" "How many contribution points do you have?" Ning Qi smiled. 40 points, the other party whispered. "How much are you going to exchange for it?" Ning Qi smiled. 201 to 1. That odd job disciple hesitated for a moment and glanced at Ning Qi. He vaguely felt that although Ning Qi was smiling, the aura on his body made him feel very oppressed. The original price of 202 was swallowed back, and he bid 201. "Okay, I'll exchange it. Okay, I'll exchange it." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. "Senior apprentice brother, please follow me." Chapter 3463. Senior brother Qing, I would like to exchange contribution points with this senior brother. Thank you for your trouble. The odd job disciple walked up to the counter and smiled at the inner sect disciple behind the counter. The difference in status between a part-time disciple and an inner disciple was like a chasm. Every time the ancient star system pavilion opened its doors to accept disciples, they were specially accepted. Every part-time disciple had to complete a mandatory mission each year. This kind of mission could not be rejected, and it was very likely that it would take up a whole year, or even 3 or 4 months if it was fast. For example, guarding a certain place, cleaning a certain place, and so on. However, there were still many cultivators who flocked to the sect. Even though they could only become odd job disciples, they were more than happy to do so. That was because the status of odd job disciples in the sect wasn't high. However, outside the sect, the factions that didn't have a great emperor suppressing them still had to give them some respect. It was a matter of face. Yes. Behind the counter, the indifferent inner sect disciple nodded his head and looked at Ning Qi. Origin Essence Stone. Ning Qi smiled, took out 8,400 Origin Essence Stones, and handed them over. Senior Brother Qing. Our ratio is 200 to 1. The odd job disciple hurriedly reminded. At the same time, he gave Senior Brother Qing a jade slip. Senior Brother Qing looked at the jade slip and said to Ning Qi, "There are 40 contribution points inside. Confirm the amount." Then he handed the jade slip to Ning Qi. Ning Qi was slightly stunned. So the contribution points were placed on the jade slips? Then why did they come here to trade? Taking the jade slip, Ning Qi scanned it with his divine thought and found that there were 36 light spots inside. These light spots seemed to be a formation set up on the jade slip by some special means. It was extremely complicated and difficult to understand. It was probably the means of a fifth-step cultivator. 36. Ning Qi frowned. Don't you understand the rules? You'll get 1 out of every 10 contribution points. I've never seen you before. When did you enter the sect? Senior Brother Qing calmly looked at Ning Qi, a look of judgment in his eyes. Although he could sense that Ning Qi was a karma cultivator, Ning Qi's gray robes indicated that he was only an outer sect disciple. Senior Brother, it is indeed a 1 in 10 rule. The odd job disciple hurriedly transmitted his voice. Okay, I got it. Ning Qi smiled, turned around, and left without answering Senior Brother Qing's question. Seeing this, Senior Brother Qing coldly snorted. He asked you a question. Why didn't you answer? I'm a disciple from the previous batch. Ning Qi stopped and looked at Senior Apprentice Brother Qing. I wonder what advice Senior Apprentice Brother Qing has for me. Oh, last term? Did you enter the sect with Senior Xiong-Lai? Why is he an inner sect disciple and you an outer sect disciple? Senior Brother Qing's expression changed. Go ask Senior Sister Yi. Ning Qi smiled and turned to leave. This time, Senior Apprentice Brother Qing didn't stop him because he didn't know what the relationship between Ning Qi and Xiong-Lai was. Recently, Xiong-Lai had been in the limelight. In just a short 100 years, he had cultivated the foundation cultivation method to the peak of the 5th level and condensed a soul core in his knowledge. See, because of his natal star, his strength had increased greatly, and this was the goal that all inner sect disciples worked hard for. Many inner sect disciples spent hundreds of years and still might not be able to achieve it. Ning Qi spent the time it took to drink a cup of tea to find the counter for the exchange of the foundation cultivation method. He used 20 contribution points to exchange for the 2nd level of the foundation cultivation method. He also glanced at the prices of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels. The 3rd level required 100 contribution points. However, the 4th level required 500 contribution points, and the 5th level actually required 1,000 contribution points. This meant that the entire foundation cultivation method would cost more than 300,000 origin stones. An ordinary peak Tao-seeking realm cultivator only had a net worth of 1,000,000 origin stones, and this was after including pills and treasures. Most origin stones that could be used were only 200,000 to 300,000 origin stones. Senior Apprentice Brother Xiong-Lai. Junior Brother greets Senior Apprentice Brother Xiong-Lai. Congratulations on condensing your natal star and cultivating the rank 1 ancient star body. In the future, the speed at which you can absorb the power of the stars will be 100 times faster than us. One day, you will definitely be promoted to a core disciple. Rank 1 ancient star body? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly and he looked into the distance. He saw Xiong-Lai surrounded by many outer and inner sect disciples with a smile on his face. Whether it was the inner or outer sect disciples, they were all flattering Xiong-Lai. It was obvious that after condensing a natal star, one's status in the inner sect was extremely high. Rank 1 ancient star body should be a unit used to calculate the strength of the body. My basic physical strength has increased by hundreds of times during this period of time. I wonder if it counts as a rank 1 ancient star body? Or do I need to condense a natal star to count? Ning Qi thought to himself. He guessed that the ancient star body not only meant that the body had reached a certain level, but it also had something to do with the power of the stars. Otherwise, there wouldn't be disciples complimenting Xiong for absorbing the power of the stars 100 times faster than them. If I can also condense the ancient star body, will it be possible for me to absorb more power of the stars from the star giant? Thinking of this, Ning Qi's eyes lit up. He felt that it was necessary to find someone and ask them about the ancient star body. Afterward, Ning Qi walked out of the hidden star hall. Xiong seemed to be there to exchange for some kind of elixir. When Ning Qi walked to the entrance of the hidden star hall, Xiong happened to look at him. He was slightly startled, and his eyes suddenly revealed a trace of surprise. "Didn't you defect?" Xiong pointed directly at Ning Qi and shouted, "Swish! Swish! Swish!" Countless eyes fell on Ning Qi. At the same time, a cultivator with extremely fast reactions appeared in front of Ning Qi and blocked his path. "Who told you that I defected?" Ning Qi was slightly startled. "On the second day you entered the sect, you disappeared without a trace. Now that more than 90 years have passed, even senior sister, you personally went to the law enforcement hall to register you as a defector and must kill. What else do you have to say?" Xiong said coldly. The handyman disciple who had previously traded contribution points with Ning Qi looked at Ning Qi with a dumbfounded expression. Then his whole body turned cold and his forehead gradually broke out in cold sweat. This guy turned out to be a defector? He defected from the ancient star pavilion? How could I be so unlucky to have a relationship with him? Fortunately, it's just a trade of contribution points. With senior brother Qing as a witness, I should be fine. What a joke! What does a few decades count for when a cultivator is in closed-door cultivation? Ning Qi sneered. Hearing this, everyone's expressions suddenly relaxed. Thinking about it, it was normal. Who would defect on the second day after joining the ancient star pavilion? It didn't make sense at all. "So, you've been in closed-door cultivation during this time? But why can't I find any trace of you?" Xiong was slightly startled. Chapter 3464. Wait, if you don't explain it clearly today, don't even think about leaving. Don't forget that you are still wanted by the law enforcement hall. Xiong slowly walked past the crowd and stopped in front of Ning Qi. Ning Qi glanced at his attributes and found that Xiong had improved a small level in the past 100 years. He was already at the late stage of the cause and effect state. "Well, tell me, what are you going to do?" Ning Qi smiled lightly. "I have already informed senior sister, Yi, to come and deal with your matter." Xiong said lightly, "Good." Ning Qi nodded with a faint smile. After waiting for about a dozen breaths, a figure broke through the air and landed in front of Ning Qi and Xiong. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly cupped their hands and bowed. "Greetings, senior sister Yi." "Rise." Yi Buhui waved her hand lightly, and then her eyes fell on Ning Qi. Xiong said he saw you, but I didn't believe it. I didn't expect you to really appear. "Greetings, senior sister Yi." Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. "You have been in the sect for 93 years and disappeared for 93 years. Where have you been during this time?" Yi Buhui said coldly, "The restrictive spell in the outer gate courtyard is too weak. I can easily kick it open, so I found a place where no one was around and cultivated in seclusion. Is this against the rules of the sect?" Ning Qi smiled lightly. "No, it is not. In this case, I will take you to the law enforcement hall to clarify your defection." Yi Buhui shook her head lightly. This, Xiong thought that Yi Buhui would at least teach Ning Qi a lesson. He didn't expect that she would let Ning Qi go so easily. "Then please lead the way, senior sister Yi." Ning Qi smiled. The ancient star pavilion had a total of 7 major star palaces, and each star palace was complete and could be an independent sect. The law enforcement hall that Ning Qi wanted to go to also existed in other star palaces. The law enforcement hall of the Alcade Star Palace only looked after the disciples of the Alcade Star Palace, not the disciples of other star palaces. You have cultivated the first level of the basic cultivation method to the peak. Have you exchanged for the second level? On the way, Yi Buhui glanced at Ning Qi and suddenly asked, "Yes, I have." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. "I can see that you are indeed diligent in your cultivation. With your aptitude, if you hadn't been in seclusion for more than 90 years, you might not have been able to cultivate the first level to the peak. However, the basic cultivation technique has a total of 5 levels, and each level is several times harder than the previous one. Slacking off is the only way to have a chance of forming a natal star." Yi Buhui said lightly, "Thank you for your teachings, senior sister." Ning Qi laughed. He already understood why Yi Buhui believed his words the moment she saw him. Yi Buhui still thought that his aptitude was extremely low. Therefore, when she saw that he had already cultivated the first level of the basic cultivation method to the peak, she was convinced that Ning Qi was not lying. In her opinion, Ning Qi could only cultivate without sleep and rest in less than 100 years. He had reached the peak of the first layer of the foundation cultivation technique. "Senior sister, I just heard that senior brother Xiaonglai has formed his own life star and seems to have cultivated a rank 1 ancient star body. I wonder if senior sister can answer junior brother's doubts?" Ning Qi suddenly said. Yi Buhui glanced at Ning Qi and said lightly, "As long as you cultivate the basic cultivation method of the ancient star pavilion to the peak of the 5th level, you will have a certain chance to condense a natal star. If you can't condense a natal star, you can only be an inner disciple for the rest of your life. If you can't condense a natal star, you will not have the chance to be promoted to a core disciple. After you form your life star, you can combine it with another cultivation method to use the power of the stars to elevate your body to another state, which is the ancient star body you just mentioned. It ranges from rank 1 to rank 9, and above rank 9 is the saint body, which is even more powerful. The body of a rank 1 ancient star body is already comparable to that of a body refining cultivator of the same level. You can absorb a large amount of the power of the stars to refine your body. At the same time, the speed of absorbing the power of the stars will be far faster than that of an ordinary person. If you cultivate with strength, you may have the opportunity to condense a natal star after 1 or 2,000 years. However, if your aptitude is not high enough to be chosen by the Star Palace, you can only use contribution points to exchange for the cultivation method of condensing the ancient star body, which requires 100,000 contribution points. After that, Yi Buhui stopped talking. Ning Qi could tell from her expression, tone, and eyes that she did not expect Ning Qi to be able to condense the ancient star body. For an ordinary cultivator, 100,000 contribution points was already a sky-high price. Even if he used origin energy stones to buy it, it would still cost more than 20 million. More than 20 million origin energy stones. Ning Qi made up his mind to find an opportunity to exchange for contribution points in a low-key manner. Then he would exchange for this set of cultivation methods, as well as the later levels of the foundation cultivation method. He was confident that with his current physical strength, he could absorb the power of the stars from the giant at any time. Absorbing the power of the stars from the giant, it wouldn't take long for him to condense the immemorial star body. In this way, he would have a great chance to absorb more power of the stars from the star giant. Not long after, Yi Buhui brought Ning Qi to the law enforcement hall. When the cultivators in the law enforcement hall saw Yi Buhui, they did not stop her. In less than 15 minutes, Ning Qi's identity as a wanted criminal had been erased. Well, before you go into closed-door cultivation in the future, you'd better inform Zhang Jingtao. In this way, there will be no misunderstanding. At the door of the law enforcement hall, Yi Buhui looked at Ning Qi indifferently and said. Ning Qi nodded. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Wait, you should know about the outer court competition between the Alcade Star Palace and the Mizar Palace, right? Yi Buhui asked. Yes, I have heard about it. Ning Qi nodded. Although your aptitude is not suitable for the ancient star pavilion, you are, after all, at the completion of the karma state. Your strength should be good. Together with the other karma state cultivator of the 93 Academy, you may be able to win some cultivation resources for the 93 Academy. If we can obtain some cultivation resources, it will also increase our chances of success. So, when we return, don't go into seclusion. Yi Buhui said. Ning Qi was slightly stunned. He had planned to go back and continue his closed-door cultivation to cultivate the second level of the basic cultivation method. However, Yi Buhui's intention was obvious. He wanted him to participate in the outer court competition. Seeming to see Ning Qi's reluctance, Yi Buhui said with a faint smile, this time the palace master, the deputy palace master, the chief senior brother, the elders of the halls, and the inherited senior brothers will all go to watch the competition. If one of them takes a liking to you, if one of them likes you, your situation will be much better than it is now. Take care. After saying this, Yi Buhui rose into the air and disappeared from Ning Qi's sight in a flash. Chapter 3465. When he returned to the outer sect, Ning Qi bumped into Peng Wushuang and DC Na. When they brushed past each other, the two of them stopped in shock and looked at Ning Qi. Senior brother Ning? DC Na was a little surprised. Peng Wushuang frowned deeply. He had completely recognized who Ning Qi was, but he was a little confused. Why would Ning Qi suddenly appear after disappearing for more than 90 years? Wait, now that the outer sect competition has begun, he just happened to appear. Is he trying to show off in the outer sect competition and gain the favor of the higher-ups of the ancient star pavilion? Peng Wushuang seemed to have figured out Ning Qi's purpose. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Although Ning Qi's cultivation level was higher than his, Ning Qi's performance during the entrance test was extremely poor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been thrown into the outer sect. He wanted to use this opportunity to make a comeback. So, it's junior sister D, junior brother Peng, long time no see. Ning Qi stopped and turned around with a smile. Where has senior brother Ning been all these years? We thought, DC Na's eyes flickered. I just found a place to cultivate. Oh, looking at your aura, it seems that you've reached the peak of the second level of the foundation cultivation method? Ning Qi smiled. That's right. Peng Wushuang smiled proudly. When he found that Ning Qi's aura was only at the peak of the first level of the foundation cultivation method, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. A Karma Realm cultivator was slower than them in terms of cultivation speed. This was enough to prove how bad Ning Qi's aptitude was. However, he didn't know that Ning Qi was still stuck at the first level of the foundation cultivation method because he hadn't exchanged for the next level. Senior brother Ning, you seem to have only reached the first level of the foundation cultivation method? Peng Wushuang smiled. Yes. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. It looks like senior apprentice brother Ning must have heard about the outer sect great meet between our Radiant Light Star Palace and Mizar Palace. That's why he hurried back. The great meet will begin in a few days. I hope that senior apprentice brother Ning can amaze everyone with a single brilliant feat, Peng Wushuang said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Thank you for your kind words. Ning Qi smiled. I still need to cultivate for a few days, so the two of you can bid farewell here. After saying that, Ning Qi went straight to his house, while Sina and Peng Wushuang stood on the spot. After Ning Qi entered the house, the two of them looked at each other. Sina, do you think he will be in the limelight during the outer yard competition? Peng Wushuang smiled. Over 90 years of closed-door cultivation. Yet he only managed to cultivate the first layer of the foundation cultivation technique to the peak. With such aptitude, even if his cultivation realm is higher than ours, the higher-ups will not take him seriously. However, there are many stakes in this competition between the two star palaces. If he can win a few matches for the Star Palace, he might be able to get some rewards. Desna laughed. Reward? Dream on. Peng Wuhuang sneered. Sina was slightly startled. She narrowed her eyes and said, "What are your plans?" "I intend to inform Senior Brother Philo." Peng Wuhuang smiled. Senior Brother Philo has been searching for him for so many years. If he finds out that he has suddenly returned to Astral. 93. Do you think Senior Brother Philo will give him a chance to fight? We don't have any deep enmity with him. Why would he do that? This way, if the news spreads, you and I will become enemies. Sina frowned slightly. I just don't like him. With such aptitude, how dare he put on airs in front of us? Peng Wuhuang sneered. Fine, I'll go with you. Sina said indifferently. Junior sister, I knew you would agree. You also don't like this person, right? Ha ha ha. Peng Wuhuang's eyes revealed a hint of pride. Ning Qi returned to his room and entered the top-notch cultivation training ground again. This time he cultivated the second layer of the foundation cultivation technique. After entering a meditative state, Ning Qi once again entered the boundless universe. As expected, not only can the first layer bring me here, even the second layer can. Ning Qi smiled. Next, he would have to test a guess in his heart. 3 months later, Ning Qi looked at the star giant in the distance and heaved a long sigh of relief. After holding on for about 4 breaths of time, Ning Qi returned to the outside world. 3 months. Compared to the previous half a year, it's shortened by half. Looks like this universe is really related to the foundation cultivation technique. Previously, when Ning Qi was meditating, it would take him half a year to see the star giant. He could only see it twice a year, but now he could see it 4 times a year. Even if the amount of star power he absorbed each time was the same as before, his cultivation speed would increase twofold, about 3 times. Several years later, after absorbing the power of the stars more than 10 times, the foundation cultivation technique's second layer is already at the peak. The power of the stars in the star giant is indeed different. Ning Qi opened his eyes and could not help but sigh in his heart. Why did you come to me in such a hurry? Fei Luo walked out of the cave abode and looked at Peng Wuhuang and Sina calmly. Senior Brother Fei Luo, Ning Qi has returned to the outer sect. Peng Wuhuang took a step forward and said softly, What? He appeared? Fei Luo's expression changed slightly. Over the years, many people thought that he had secretly killed Ning Qi. He did not deny it, nor did he admit it. Hence, many inner sect disciples in the Karma realm were wary of him. After all, Philo was only in the Tao seeking great perfection realm at that time. But now, Ning Qi had actually returned to the outer sect. Once the news spread, the rumors were naturally dispelled. That's right, we saw it with our own eyes. It can't be fake. Peng Wuhuang said softly. Before he could speak again, Fei Luo had already soared into the sky and flew in the direction of Campus 93. Before long, he landed in front of Ning Qi's room. Bang! Fei Luo kicked the door open. Then he saw that it was empty inside. There was not a single person in sight. Senior Brother Fei Luo? The nearby cultivators heard the commotion and hurried out. They were all stunned when they saw Fei Luo. Junior Brother Fei Luo, what's wrong? Unknowingly, Zhang Jingtao had already appeared behind Fei Luo. When Fei Luo saw this, he said coldly, Senior Brother Zhang, someone told me that guy has appeared. The guy who has been missing for more than 90 years? I can't even remember his name. How could he have appeared? Didn't Junior Brother? Zhang Jingtao smiled with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Fei Luo's expression was terrible, and he did not reply. At this moment, Peng Wuhuang and Sina arrived one after another. Both of you, give me an explanation. Fei Luo looked at the two of them coldly and said, Explanation? The two of them were slightly stunned before they reacted. When they realized that there was no one in the room, a layer of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. It's over. I forgot to leave someone behind to watch over him. Pang Wushuang cried bitterly in his heart. Senior brother Fei Luo, the two of us did see him with our own eyes. Perhaps he has left the outer sect again? D.C. Na said in a low voice. Chapter 3466. In the originally empty house, Ning Qi stood with his hands behind his back, calmly looking at the crowd. Pang Wushuang's eyes flashed with joy as he quickly said, Senior brother Philo, D.C. Na, and I didn't lie. He has indeed returned. Philo and Zhang Jingtao glanced at each other, feeling somewhat bewildered in their hearts. Both of them were already in the Karma realm, yet they didn't discover what method Ning Qi had used to deceive their eyes. Could it be that Ning Qi had used some sort of technique over the past 90 years? Could it be that Ning Qi had been in the house all these years? Thinking of this, Philo suddenly felt as though he had been fooled for over 90 years. You've been in the house all this time. Philo said coldly, Get lost. Ning Qi said indifferently, This guy is so arrogant. Everyone was slightly stunned as they looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Now that Philo had been promoted to an inner disciple and was wearing green clothes, could Ning Qi tell? It's been over 90 years, and you're still so arrogant. Now that I'm an inner disciple, I'm also at the Karma realm like you. Aren't you going to kneel and greet your senior brother? Philo wasn't as exasperated as everyone had imagined. Instead, he said indifferently, looking at Ning Qi with a condescending gaze. Zhang Jingtao smiled and looked at Ning Qi without saying a word. Since when do outer disciples have to kneel to inner disciples? According to what I know, inner, outer, odd job, and core disciples are all classified as ordinary disciples. If you become a core disciple one day, I'll kneel to you. It's not too late. Now get lost. Ning Qi smiled and pointed at Zhang Jingtao. You get lost too. Zhang Jingtao was slightly stunned before his expression turned ashen. He didn't expect the other party to point the spearhead at him, asking an inner disciple like him to get lost in front of so many outer disciples. What was this? Ning Qi, be careful with your words. Some words can't be taken back. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel and apologize. I'll forgive you. Zhang Jingtao said coldly. Not getting lost? All right. Ning Qi smiled. A few breaths later, bang bang, two figures flew out one after another, landing heavily on the ground. Philo and Zhang Jingtao had blood dripping from their mouths as they looked at each other in shock. The other party actually dared to attack? This was something they had not expected at all. What surprised them even more was that the other party's movements were so swift that even though the two of them were in the Karma realm, they weren't able to react in time and were struck in the chest. What? Senior brother Zhang and senior brother Fei Luo are actually not this kid's match? Is this kid's cultivation base at the early stage of the Karma realm or at the Great Circle? I really couldn't tell. I always thought that he was only at the initial stage of the Karma realm, but now it seems like he's at the advanced stage of the Karma realm at the very least. Such an existence was actually thrown into Astral 93. Even among the inner sect disciples, there aren't many who have such methods. The outer sect disciples of Astral 93 looked at Ning Qi, dumbfounded, and their minds raced. Damn it. The two of them suddenly let out a low roar, got up, and walked towards Ning Qi together. They felt that Ning Qi had succeeded because of their carelessness. A few breaths later, bang! The two of them fell to the ground with serious injuries again. This time, their injuries were more serious. Many of their bones were broken. Not good! Peng Wushuang and D.C. Na looked at each other, and their hearts became much heavier. They felt that they had made a mistake. They shouldn't have appeared here today, and they shouldn't have spoken just now. Ning Qi probably already knew why Fei Luo had rushed here as soon as possible. This kid's cultivation base from the outside world is quite powerful. I'm afraid we're not his match. Zhang Jingtao glanced at Fei Luo. He had to admit that Ning Qi's cultivation base was much, much stronger than theirs. There's another person in the outer sect who can definitely suppress him. After Fei Luo got up, he clutched his chest and said resentfully, "You mean that person? Oh, that's fine. Let's go together and ask him to help. I think he'll give us some face." Zhang Jingtao said sinisterly, "Ning Qi, you're extremely daring. You used the cultivation base of an outer sect disciple to offend us inner sect disciples. This crime is unforgivable. Don't think that you can do whatever you want in Astral." 93. There's still one more person in Astral. 93. You can't afford to offend him. Fei Luo sneered and left with Zhang Jingtao, heading towards Mo Xie's seclusion area. Could senior brother Fei Luo be referring to that? I think so. If that freak makes a move. Everyone glanced at each other in fear. When they looked at Ning Qi again, there's a trace of a strange look in their eyes. Ning Qi didn't really care about the reinforcements that Fei Luo and Zhang Jingtao were going to get. If he opened the 9 inner hidden gates, the power of his fist would probably be comparable to the early heavens mandate realm, or even the middle stage. Could the two of them find a core disciple to suppress him? You called Fei Luo. Ning Qi looked at DC Na and Peng Wushuang indifferently. Ning, senior brother Ning, there's a misunderstanding, DC Na said hesitantly. Peng Wushuang was expressionless, but he couldn't help but feel a trace of panic in the depths of his eyes. He had underestimated Ning Qi's strength and thought that Fei Luo and Zhang Jingtao could teach Ning Qi a lesson. He never thought that the two of them wouldn't be Ning Qi's match at all. You and I entered at the same time. We should help each other. Why stab each other in the back? Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. Help each other? You're only at the karma realm, but you're acting all high and mighty in front of us. What is this? Don't forget, your aptitude is low and no one likes you. If it weren't for senior sister Yi, we wouldn't even know where you are right now. Even so, you're still staying with us in Astral 93 and will be promoted to inner court disciple sooner or later. Don't even think about it. Peng Wushuang suddenly shouted. Slap. There was a crisp sound. Ning Qi silently appeared in front of Peng Wushuang and slapped him in the face. Peng Wushuang spun around on the spot, covered his face, and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Slap. Ning Qi didn't wait for Peng Wushuang to speak and slapped him again. Peng Wushuang spun around again. The two slaps had almost turned his brain into mush, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Senior brother Ning, you. DC Na hurriedly tried to persuade him. Slap. Ning Qi slapped DC Na's cheek with the back of his hand. That exquisite face that had been coveted by countless outer sect disciples for decades instantly turned red and swollen. This is just a small lesson. In the future, there will be more delicious meals waiting for you. Ning Qi smiled. He even hits women. Chapter 3467. DC Na covered her face and stood beside Peng Wushuang, who had been beaten silly. She looked at Ning Qi angrily and felt extremely humiliated. You're not convinced? Ning Qi smiled. DC Na did not say anything. She felt even more humiliated. How could she say that she was convinced? Wouldn't that be a complete loss of face? But if she said that she was not convinced, she would probably face even more tragic revenge. You're not convinced if you're not convinced? Ning Qi smiled and raised his hand again. Senior brother Ning, we're convinced. DC Na made a prompt decision and said, I'm not convinced. Peng Wushuang, who had just regained his senses, subconsciously roared at Ning Qi. Pa! This time, Ning Qi's attack was slightly heavier. Peng Wushuang was directly lifted up by the huge force and spun in the air like a top. He flew tens of feet away and landed heavily on the ground. At the same time, 3 figures stopped in front of Peng Wushuang. Peng Wushuang raised his head with difficulty. When he saw Philo and Zhang Jingtao, his eyes turned red and he said with a sobbing tone, "Senior brothers, please help me. Don't worry. I'll make him pay for the humiliation he gave you today tenfold." Philo laughed sinisterly and looked at Ning Qi. "Junior brother Xie, it's him." Zhang Jingtao pointed at Ning Qi and smiled at the black figure between the two. There was a hint of flattery in his smile. Outer disciples were supposed to wear gray robes, but Xie was wearing a black robe. This was enough to prove how extraordinary his status was in astral. 93. The atmosphere became somewhat quiet. It was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's gaze fell on Xie at this moment. There was a hint of fear, flattery, and panic in their eyes. They all knew that Xie used to be an inner disciple and had a great reputation among the inner disciples. It was only because of his bloodthirsty temperament that he offended a core disciple of Alcade Star Palace and was demoted to an outer disciple. As expected, the two senior brothers managed to invite this freak. Other than core disciples, even inner disciples wouldn't have the confidence to face him, right? This junior brother Ning Qi probably won't have it easy today. He probably won't have a chance to participate in the outer courtyard competition. Everyone thought to themselves. Soon after, they saw Xie walk towards Ning Qi step by step, while Ning Qi's gaze remained on Xie's face. Fei Luo and Zhang Jingtao followed closely behind Xie. They looked at Ning Qi with a trace of complacency and malevolence. Even Peng Wuxuang struggled to his feet and followed. His face was red and swollen, and his head was swollen like a pig's. However, he couldn't help but smile. Even though his smile affected his wounds, he endured the pain and smiled at Ning Qi. A knowing smile. "Junior sister, our senior brothers will repay us tenfold for our humiliation," Peng Wuxuang said to Desna. Sina walked to Peng Wuxuang's side and looked at Ning Qi with hatred, not saying a word. "Brother Xie, this kid's methods are quite powerful. You must be careful," Zhang Jingtao reminded. Xie didn't make a sound. She simply looked indifferently at Ning Qi. Just as she was about to open her mouth, Ning Qi's transmission entered her ears. "Brother Xie, you were chased by the Hanbei Demon Emperor back then, and your whereabouts were unknown. I didn't expect you to come to the Shenluo world." A familiar voice. "Brother Ning?" Xie's ugly and incomparably cold face suddenly had a slight fluctuation. However, this fluctuation immediately disappeared. Other than Ning Qi, no one else noticed it. Ning Qi was already sure that this person was immortal monarch Xie. Bang! Xie punched out. A figure flew out and landed heavily on the ground. Everyone looked at Xie dumbfoundedly. Why did he not attack Ning Qi, but Fei Luo, who was beside him? "Brother Xie, you?" Zhang Jingtao looked at Xie in shock. Bang! Another punch was thrown out. Zhang Jingtao flew out in response. When he landed, he even rolled a few times. This time, Peng Wuxuang and Sina, who were standing behind the two, suddenly trembled and looked at Xie in fear. Wasn't this reinforcements? "Xie, what are you doing?" Fei Luo had already been punched twice by Ning Qi. Now that he was punched by Xie, he almost vomited blood. He crawled up from the ground and stared at Xie, wanting an explanation. "We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's find a place to catch up?" Xie smiled at Ning Qi. Ning Qi nodded. "Let's go." Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, the two of them walked out of Astral 93 and disappeared from everyone's sight. This person actually knows Xie. Everyone finally came back to their senses and saw the situation clearly. Zhang Jingtao and Philo looked at each other in bewilderment. They found it hard to believe that this freak, who didn't have a single friend since entering the sect, actually knew this newcomer who had only entered the sect for less than 100 years? What was going on? "Fei Luo, I think we should just forget about this matter. Although Xie is only an outer sect disciple, He was once an inner sect disciple. Furthermore, with the combined strength of the two of them, even if we find a few more inner sect disciples, they won't be able to deal with him. Your opponents will only make others laugh at you. Zhang Jingtao said after several breaths of silence. Senior brother Zhang, you've been cultivating for a long time, and time has worn away your edges. Today, we've been humiliated. If we don't get back at you, who will give us face in the future? Pharaoh said with a gloomy expression. Then what are your plans? Zhang Jingtao's expression changed. His position in the inner sect wasn't high, and he wasn't even qualified to be the subordinate of a core disciple. Naturally, he didn't have any backing. He had already spent a lot of contribution points to get his current position, managing an outer sect courtyard. If he were to ask someone to teach Ningqi a lesson, he wouldn't be able to do so. I heard that senior brother Xiong Lai had a conflict with him when we first entered the sect. Let's go find senior brother Xiong Lai and see if we can ask him to help. His talent is excellent, and he has already formed his natal star, a rank 1 ancient star body. He has a lot of friends in the inner sect. I don't believe he can deal with this kid. Pharaoh said in a gloomy voice. You know senior brother Xiong Lai? Zhang Jingtao's expression changed slightly. Although Xiong Lai had entered the sect later, his cultivation was already higher than Zhang Jingtao's, and he had a high chance of becoming a core disciple in the future. Therefore, Zhang Jingtao didn't dare to call him junior brother and could only call him senior brother. When I was promoted to an inner sect disciple, I met senior brother Xiong Lai a few times, and we can still talk. Pharaoh chuckled. All right, then I'll go with you to visit senior brother Xiong Lai. Zhang Jingtao's eyes moved slightly, and he nodded in agreement. Chapter 3468. Emo Xie shook his head and smirked. Back then, I was chased by Hanbei Devil Emperor and escaped into a desperate situation. When I woke up, I was already in Shenluo world. As for the injury on my face, let's not talk about it. Emo Xie smiled. As for you, why are you also in the god Luo realm and coincidentally here at the Ancient Star Pavilion? Ningqi's eyes moved slightly. Emo Xie didn't seem to care about the wound on his face, but he could see the hatred in the depths of Emo Xie's eyes when he spoke. However, since the other party didn't want to talk about this matter, Ningqi naturally didn't pursue it. It was also a coincidence. Ningqi smiled. The immortal world. A trace of nostalgia flashed in Emo Xie's eyes. Then he said, seriously, how is the demon race? Did our immortal world win or lose? We won. Ningqi laughed. That's good. I hope I can return to the immortal world one day. Emo Xie heaved a sigh of relief. There will be a chance. Ningqi nodded with a smile and paused. Aren't you going to tell me about your experiences over the years? You're already at the great circle of the Karma realm. So why are you still an outer sect disciple of Astral? 93 like me. His temper is too bad. He offended someone. Emo Xie smiled and shook his head. In the Ancient Star Pavilion, ordinary disciples will never be a match for core disciples. However, as long as I reach the Heaven's Mandate realm, I will be promoted to a core disciple. At that time, they won't dare to suppress me anymore. By the way, you've just offended Zhang Jingtao and Philo. They're extremely narrow-minded and will probably think of ways to take revenge on you after this. Let's not separate during this period of time. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. We'll let them know that the immortals from the immortal world aren't like us. They're not to be trifled with. Emo Xie laughed. All right. Ningqi nodded. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, there were some things that they could understand without saying it out loud. Arcade Star Palace, Inner Hall Courtyard. Fei Luo and Zhang Jingtao finally saw Xiong Lai after many rounds of notification. Besides Xiong Lai, there were 7 to 8 inner court disciples. These inner court disciples were much stronger than the two of them, and they were also much more experienced than the two of them, with Xiong Lai as their leader. So it's junior brother Fei Luo. Oh, you're senior Zhang Jingtao. Xiong Lai first glanced at Fei Luo, then at Zhang Jingtao. Greetings, senior brother. Zhang Jingtao tactfully cupped his hands. Haha, junior brothers. What brings you here from afar today? Xiong Lai laughed. As he spoke, he used his furry hands to grab a spirit fruit from the fruit platter in front of him and swallowed it. A fragrant aroma filled the air. Senior Xiong Lai, it's like this. Fei Luo explained everything in a low voice. However, he added a lot of details to the story. The whole thing became Ning Qi and Mo Xia, as outer sect disciples, looked down on inner sect disciples. They used the cultivation they brought from the outside world to injure the inner sect disciples. Is there such a thing? A mere outer sect disciple dares to call us inner sect disciples trash? A gloomy middle-aged cultivator beside Xiong Lai suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with rage. He Tianan, calm down. Xiong Lai said lightly. Hearing this, the middle-aged cultivator sat down again, but his expression was still not good. You're saying that Mo Xia knows Ning Qi? I heard that he was once an inner sect disciple and is likely to be promoted to outer sect disciple. He has already condensed his fate star, but he was exchanging for the cultivation technique to condense the immemorial star body. He offended a core disciple of our Radiant Star Palace and was demoted to the outer sect. His strength cannot be underestimated. Xiong Lai said indifferently. Fei Luo and Zhang Jingtao were slightly startled. Then they looked at each other. Fei Luo bitterly smiled and said, If senior brother Xiong is afraid of Mo Xia, then the two of us can only take our leave. Sit down. Xiong Lai coldly snorted, Don't provoke me. Although I'm a demon, I'm not stupid. Put away your petty thoughts. Hearing this, Zhang Jingtao quickly lowered his head. Fei Luo also smiled and wanted to explain, but Xiong Lai continued, I don't put Mo Xia in my eyes. Although he was once an inner sect disciple, he has offended a core disciple. I'm afraid he won't be able to make a name for himself in this lifetime. However, if we really fight, we might not be a match for them even if we join forces. How about this? I'll ask senior brother Zhao to come out. With him, I believe those two outer sect disciples will obediently admit their mistakes. Senior brother Zhao? Fei Luo and Zhang Jingtao were slightly startled. They couldn't remember who this senior brother Zhao was. Could he be one of the top 10 experts in the inner sect? Senior brother Zhao Jin, you guys don't know? He Tianen said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Senior brother Zhao Jin? Isn't that a core disciple? Zhang Jingtao was slightly startled. His gaze toward Xiong Lai changed greatly. There was a trace of respect in the depths of his eyes. Senior brother Zhang, who is Zhao Jin? Fei Luo had just been promoted to the inner sect not long ago. Thus, he didn't know much about the core disciples. He's a core disciple of our Radiant Star Palace. His cultivation might not be comparable to senior sister Yez, but he's still at the early phase of the Destiny Realm. Besides, he was the one who demoted Mo Xia to an outer sect disciple. With his help, we'll be able to regain 10 times the reputation that we've lost. Got it. Zhang Jingtao transmitted his voice. Fei Luo was overjoyed upon hearing this. The outer disciple competition is about to begin. We don't have much time left. You guys wait here. I'll go ask senior brother Zhao Jin for help. Xiong Lai stood up and left. He had never fallen for the duo's trick. As a matter of fact, he was only looking for an opportunity to teach Ning Qi a lesson. Approximately 4 hours later, Xiong Lai and another figure arrived together. Upon seeing this, everyone hurriedly stood up and bowed. Zhao Jin seemed to be around 18 or 19 years old. His appearance was neither handsome nor ugly. He looked rather ordinary, as if he would be lost in a crowd. Greetings, senior brother Zhao Jin. The faces of Zhang Jingtao and the others revealed a trace of excitement. That was a core disciple. Below the first senior brother were the true disciples, and below that were the core disciples. Even if they couldn't become a true disciple in the future, they would still be at the Destiny Realm. They could easily become a deacon elder in the Radiant Star Palace, which was a lot higher than an inner disciple. Rise. Zhao Jin waved his hand and looked at Fei Luo and Zhang Jingtao. I heard from Xiong Lai that Emo Xia humiliated you with his identity as an outer sect disciple? Yes, senior brother Zhao Jin. Fei Luo replied. Zhang Jingtao nodded. It's indeed wrong for an outer sect disciple to offend his superior. How about this? I'll go with you. You know what to say if the elders of the disciplinary hall ask about it in the future. Zhao Jin said calmly. Yes, the two nodded.